Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common. And as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I loved to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here. And Princess Nia is based off of my daughter. And she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Ravana Amos. I'm your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, educate businesses about businesses. We would like to welcome today Mr. Darius Smith. Darius, welcome to us today. Darius, a transformative leadership strategist, visionary, and founder of Stay Ready, empowers individuals and organizations to evolve with purpose and compassion through his leadership development company. With over 25 years of experience in information, technology, strategic thinking, and military intelligence, he helps leaders grow beyond their titles, extracting authentic qualities and empowering them to lead with compassion, clarity, and courage to make a profound difference. Grounded in his signature 3 Ps, people, purpose, and passion, Darius' work is anchored by the core values of trust, authenticity, culture, and transformation, fostering significant growth and meaningful dialogue in the spaces he creates. His mission is to encourage and empower leaders to embrace authenticity, lead with conviction, and commit to continuous personal growth. Darius, I was so excited to meet you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. I'm excited.
I am excited to have you here, and I can't wait to hear about your personal journey with us. Can you go ahead and tell us a bit about yourself and your journey before becoming a business owner?
Okay, so yeah, my name is Darius Smith from St. Petersburg, Florida. Retired military veteran. I served in the Air Force for 25 years with an extensive background in information technology, military intelligence, and focused on communication signals mainly, which was exciting, right? It helped me analyze complex situations, which was a motivational factor as I saw the good in human. And as I analyze them, analyzing the good way as how can I help them, right? How can I help bring out that leader that's within them? So I also was tasked with leading teams in high and complex situations, high pressure environments as I deployed to a few campaigns overseas. But as I grew and started facilitating leadership development courses within the military for my team to build them, I grew a fascination with human potential. And I just wanted to always try to bring out the best in everybody that I came in contact with.
Okay, and I know you just touched based on that a little bit. So what exactly inspired you to start the Workforce and Leadership Development Company?
So the Workforce and Leadership Development Company came to me as I served in every organization, right? I watch people look at leadership as a title versus what you're actually doing. So I want to focus on the leader that's within each individual person rather than the position, right? Help them bring out their authentic qualities, because lab leadership is one of my principles or something that I go by, which is the L is lead yourself first, add values to others, and build your brand. Because I firmly believe that everybody is a leader. We just have to hone their skills and just bring it out of them, right? Build a confidence within each individual to let them know, hey, we lead at all levels in life. You don't need the position to lead a team or lead people.
Good point. Very good point. Now, how did your experience in the military shape your approach to leadership?
So the military, both good and bad, right? So, we all have learned there are good leaders and there are bad leaders. So with my experience, I've experienced both. I've had leaders who were able to connect with people, who genuinely cared, was always authentic, showed up as them true selves every day. And then you had those, again, that showed up at work with just their title or their rank. We call it the rank on their sleeves, and just really was not a strong leader, didn't really care about the people. And me, I wanted to put that to bed, right? I want to always bring out the best in everybody, help them grow. And we always say leaders are learners. So focus on continuous professional and personal growth. So that was what my inspiration was behind starting Stay Ready. And again, being able to see like the human potential and the light click on as they, they start to find themselves and become more comfortable with who they are and how they connect with everybody else.
Mm-hmm. Now, what are some of the most valuable leadership lessons you've learned during your military service?
So there is not just one. There are a few instances, right? I had a few mentors throughout my career, and one of the things was the 5 R's, right? So the 5 R's to be successful in any event is to show up at the right place, the right time, with the right equipment, the right uniform, and the right attitude. And you'll be successful in every endeavor that you pursue. So again, I also learned clear communication, right? Clear expectations yield clear results. And when someone actually understands what the mission is, they are more prone to be able to execute if you clearly define the desired outcome. And also, leaders emulate the behavior they want performed. So you lead by example, and discipline goes a long way.
Absolutely. Now, was there a defining moment or experience that made you realize you wanted to focus on developing others?
As I mentioned earlier, it was kind of early on in my career where I was constantly not forced, but put in positions, right, where I had the opportunity to lead, because I always had that hunger. I always raised my hand, hey, put me in, let me lead this event. I wasn't afraid to fail. And I was also fortunate enough to have leaders that afforded me the opportunity to fail forward, right? Because we look at failure as the first attempt in learning. Right. So you don't fail at anything unless you give up. So I was always raising my hand.
Right.
I was always hungry. I stepped up to the plate. And then as I went, more teammates followed, and they were kind of interested in what I was doing. So instead of going alone, I decided to bring some of my teammates with me, and it just stuck with me through my career.
Okay. Now, once you went into the business field as an entrepreneur, what challenges did you face starting a business as a Black entrepreneur?
I think some of the challenges that I faced as a Black entrepreneur, number one was getting out of my own way, right? It was I had a lot of negative self-talk, as in, you're going to struggle. You can't do this or you can't do that. However, the unconscious bias when it comes to networking, you show up to an event to network, and now, no one, you kind of got to, when that old adage, when they say you get a seat at the table, you have to keep it. So that was the biggest challenge, is getting the seat to the table. And then also, those fears of influence that you have, where you have the close fear, which is your friends and your family. They're going to always support you. And then you got your coworkers, and those people that's in the second ring. The way you want to operate and find yourself as a business owner is in that third ring, as the people who don't know you, but they want to know you. You want to get out there, make yourself known, and just be confident in your abilities, because you have to, it's your passion, right? It's your love, your joy for what you're doing and whatever business you're pursuing. So you just have to follow it with passion.
Okay. Yes, I agree. Yes. Now, take just some time here and tell us about your business, the mission, and the core values behind the company itself.
Okay. So people, purpose, passion. Right. So again, I have a passion for people, and just developing everyone. And as a leader, when people know that you care about them, they really don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So I've always took pride in myself as in, making sure everyone was good to go. Right. I go out, not necessarily go out of my way, but I took the time to have conversations with people. And it was something that's simple. I remember early in my military career, I used to say, hey, you all right? I asked people, you all right? And the normal answer is, yes, I'm okay. I'm all right, whatever. And then anytime someone would hesitate, I would pause and say, hey, what's going on? Let's have a chat. Let's, you start to unpeel or unpack what's going on within their life. They tend to open up and actually appreciate you more, because what it is it's that connection you're building, right? It's not just, here's a task, you go do it. I connect with them on a human level. I take pride in that. And then we go, we move forward together as a team. When some of the other things, I'm trying to come up with
Mm-hmm.
so I did the lab leadership, right? And then we
Mm-hmm.
talked about tact. So
Okay.
trust, authenticity, culture, and transformation, right? So all of those things serves as a tree trunk or the branches off of the tree
Right.
to build an effective team. When you build trust with a team, again, that's the connection, that's the communication piece, and you can count on your teammates, and the teammates know they can count on you. The authenticity is very critical. It's very critical to show up as your true self all the time, because when you come in as fake or like if you're brown nosing or appear to be brown nosing, you're going to pick up on it really fast and then kind of shy away from you. They'll be more prone to attach to you or be attracted towards your mission, or trying to go in the same direction as you. So that's what's big for me, is authenticity, showing up every day as your authentic self. If you're having a bad day, you're having a bad day. And sometimes as leaders, we forget, or we feel like it's lonely in whatever position we're in, as if we have no one to talk to. But if you just take the time to be your authentic self, people will realize, hey, what's going on? Hey, Darius is having a bad day today. Let me actually just see how he's doing. And they'll take away the leader aspect and look at you from the human aspect, as I mentioned earlier, talking about the connection. And then the culture, again, that's the culture you want to build. You want everybody on your team to be excited about coming to work. When people are excited about coming to work, they get excited about what they're doing, and it's no longer viewed as a job, right? It's one of those things that, hey, I'm passionate about this. Let's get after it together, and we'll be great and achieve, greater things. Which, when it comes to business and you have a team, a happy team usually generates increased revenue, retention, and just the overall culture of happiness. So another thing I talk about in leadership is when you want to be the thermostat, not the thermometer. I don't know if you've heard that before. Thermostat, you want to set the temperature. You don't want to be the negative person in the back saying, oh man, life's not good over here, or I don't really like it here. You want to be the person, because we all have that opportunity to set that tone for wherever we are. We always say, grow where you're planted, right? Be where you are, you're there, give your all. And then the last is transformation. So for me, that's something I take pride in, as to see everyone that I come in encounter with, whether it's a client, a teammate, or just a friend. Somehow this interaction should cause a transformational moment, whether big or small. I think it's huge to celebrate all of those moments and actually acknowledge them. Hey, point it out. I see you, actually give some positive encouragement and feedback. So transformation, you could also do negative feedback, right? It's just, you got to be receptive to what's going on. And you don't have to be mean about the feedback that you give. You just got to be open to receiving it, and that's all part of the personal growth. So those are the tact and the 3 Ps.
Okay, thank you for that. Now I know the final member of the team will be the client, so to make it all work well. So how do you? Who is your ideal client, and what specific needs are you helping them meet?
So I also take the desired client. I'm working with mid-level supervisors, kind of first line supervisors, as well as business owners, but I'm open to helping who's ever hungry for growth, right? Somebody who wants to develop themselves to ultimately become a better teammate. So I'm a coach, trainer, a speaker, as well as a behavior analysis consultant. So I have the ability to kind of help you extract your authentic qualities from yourself to get to where you want to be as far as being a teammate.
Now, how do you define success for your company and for your clients?
So I define success as it's that transformation. It's when you see that light bulb come on, right? You're in front of a class or audience and you're speaking, and as long as there's something taken away from something I said throughout that interaction, that's success to me. And ultimately, I like to build relationships with organizations. That way, it's a revolving, a continuous relationship. Whereas they're helping me grow, it's a two-way street. Whenever I interact with someone, they help me grow as well as I help them grow. And we just form that relationship. And, hey, Darius, you got a quick second. This is what's going on within my organization. What do you think? And that's where I come into play. I don't necessarily always provide the answer, but I dig it out of them. I extract all of this. So I work with the thought leaders within the organization. I sit down and we talk about some of the pain points or experiences they're having, whether it's challenging or it's something positive and they want to continue to build on. We have that honest, open dialogue, and then we sit and create a plan to help that organization continue to grow.
Okay. Now, as far as the tailored training, how do you tailor your leadership training for different industries or different levels of experiences?
So I work with the tailored portion is based on like the pain points that's identified throughout, the series of conversations that I have with the organizational leaders or, the human resources manager, who's ever contacting me. I have that open dialogue. Say, hey, what are your pain points? Tell me what are your top 5 areas that need to be addressed? What are also some of the positives that we can make sure we bring home? That way, it's not a negative connotation that, hey, he's just in here pointing my fingers as we're looking like failures. So I think the key part of being able to tailor the discussion is the dialogue. And I asked all the organizational leaders, hey, you got to be transparent with me. So that's the only way we're going to get to yes and what right actually looks like.
Okay. Now, how does your company help people transition from individual contributors to effective leaders?
To transition from individuals to organizational leaders, like team leaders. So the lab leadership, I focus on winning from within. All right. That's my mantra, help leaders win from within. Whereas I tell you are enough already. You have all the attributes you need as a leader. We just going to work together and we're going to extract it. We're going to pull it out. We're going to find out what your strengths are and we're going to build on that. And we're going to find out what your weaknesses are and we're going to strengthen them. And it takes time. I can't say it's not ever done overnight, but it usually takes time. And that's why I really believe in forming those relationships, connecting on the human level, and then, having that strategic communication or strategic plan laid out, because there is no cookie cutter plan for, you can't just fit all leadership plans into every organization. Everybody needs their own unique plan to grow. So that's where my company comes into play. The dialogue I have with the leaders, and then we work together and build towards something great.
It sounds wonderful. Darius, can you tell us a success story or two that reflects the transformative work transformation that your works create?
I think back, I have he's now a friend, right? And he really wasn't a client. It was someone we used to just talk to, right? We mentored each other. And we always talk, when we were younger, you talk about your dreams and, your goals and your desires. It was the encouragement for me to say, one day, we had been doing this for years. And one day, something I said clicked. His light bulb came on. He separated from the Navy. And that wasn't my intent, but he separated from the Navy to pursue his dreams. And, 20 years later, he's owned 3 child care centers.
Wow.
2 clubs. He has a real estate portfolio. And it was just one of those things where, just having that conversation and helping people extract what they really have, what's inside of them to actually want to go ahead and pursue their goals. That was probably the most influential success story for me.
Yes. So share with us your personal philosophy on leadership.
My personal philosophy. So it's lead with authenticity and like I said, the people, purpose, passion. I am firmly planted in when the people know that you care about them, right? You're taking the time to connect, to communicate, clear goals, clear expectations, let them know they have a purpose. And hey, you're not here for a 9 to 5. You're You're necessarily like family to me. I care about you. I care about your well-being. When you talk about, hey, how are your kids doing? You can call all the kids by name. You know, that's something that's crucial. Over 25 years of my military career, I would think the most impactful thing for me was my very first assignment. My supervisor wrote my parents a letter about some of my accolades as a junior military member. I had no idea it happened. And still, you know, 27 years later now, I hold a copy of that letter with me.
Wow.
So it's one of those things where when you impact, or when you're able to impact people, and so the people, and then the purpose, let them know they have a purpose, and they're more than just a mission execution or just a statistic or a percentage. And then the passion, you got to be passionate about what you're doing, because if you're not passionate, it's just going to become hard. You know, they say fake it till you make it, and you can only fake it for so long before it becomes evident to everyone, and then it starts to take a toll on you, your health, and just your motivation. So,
now, for those people who aren't ready to be leaders, those people who don't see themselves as leaders, how do you approach developing leadership people, developing leadership styles and developing leadership in those people who don't see themselves as leaders?
It starts with a conversation, and I dig deep in. I ask the tough questions. You know, what are you passionate about? Right. I think that's one of the things that a lot of people can't answer, believe it or not. You know, and it doesn't necessarily start that way. I've come to find out, if you ask people an easy question first, you know, hey, tell me about yourself, or, you know, what about your family? What are you happiest most about your family? You know, this, and it opens them up. It makes them comfortable. They kind of relax a little bit, and then you say, hey, what are you passionate about? And based on their answers, you know, we start to formulate a plan. I believe in baby steps, because if I try to force everything on you at once, you're going to shy away. I want to give them small victories, you know, based on what they're passionate about. And it's not necessarily, it doesn't have to start off as leadership. You know, if you want to get a degree, or you want to just pursue one of the hobbies, right? Okay, so what's stopping you? I think the tough questions, just the thought-provoking questions, is how you get it out of them. And instead of giving them the answer, I can tell you how to be a leader, but it's not fair to you, because my steps, my journey will not be your journey. And I think that's the other thing people really need to understand, is everybody have their own journey. If you focus on your path and run your own race, you'll be successful every time.
Thank you. And Darius, for those people who just joining in with this, can you tell us how they can locate you? Tell us about how they can contact you on your site.
Okay, so my site is Stay Ready Consulting, ST4Y, Stay Ready Consulting. .com. I'm on Facebook at Stay Ready Leadership, Instagram at Stay Ready Leadership, and also on LinkedIn under Stay Ready, all with the 4, which is housed behind those branches I talked about earlier: the TACT, the trust, authenticity, culture, and transformation.
Okay, and those of you who just joined us, we're with Mr. Darius Smith, a transformative leader and leadership strategist, visionary, and founder of Stay Ready. Darius, can you tell us how important is emotional intelligence, and what role does emotional intelligence play in leadership training?
Emotional intelligence is critical. That's all about building relationships. It's compassion, empathy, also self-awareness, right? So you have to realize how, when you're interacting with other people, you know, you got to take into account how they're actually feeling, how my actions are going to influence your reaction, how what I say might impact you. It's taking the time to kind of learn the individuals, and then once you're familiar, or you're having that conversation, you know, just not cookie cutter. You actually got to connect. And when I say lead with empathy, you know, listen. Don't listen to respond. Listen so the person can be heard, or the individual can be heard, and you know, that way you'll form that deeper connection with them, and the conversation will actually probably go deeper if they know you're taking a real hard look at what they're saying, right? You're valuing their opinion, and it's something may result from what they're actually saying. So to me, emotional intelligence is at the forefront of leadership. That is the best way, because as I stated earlier, people really don't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Now, is there a way for leaders or those who want to be leaders to help develop their emotional intelligence? Is there a way for us to help build that?
Yes.
On that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
So to build on your emotional intelligence, you just work at it, right? There's courses available. I have a few. There are books available, and you just work at it, right? Nothing changes overnight, but if you're taking those honest steps towards, trying to be deliberate at developing your emotional intelligence, it changes. It changes over time. You become more compassionate. You become more thoughtful. You listen. You learn to listen more, and you're actually going to be heard more, because people will open more up to you versus just saying, oh, here we go again, another negative person coming through, and then let's hear what Darius got to say, or he thinks he's the boss just because he's in his position. But if they know I'm going to come to him and I'm not going to give him anything that's nothing I would not do. There's never been a task that I asked someone else to do that I would not do. And I say leaders demonstrate the performance they want to perform, right? They demonstrate the behavior they want to perform. And I've always allowed them to see me do it first and then ask them to follow.
Now, I see we talked a little bit about your military background, and before we leave, I want to talk about the transition from military to civilian a little bit again. But tell me, how much of your upbringing influenced your thinking today and your philosophy today?
My upbringing, wow, yeah, good question. Thank you. I grew up with a hunger. I think my dad. Since I think he just retired 2 years ago, but from the time I was born, I've always known him to work 2 to 3 jobs. And my mother did the same. Just so it was my sister and I, we had, it was just the two of us, but they always made sure we had. And so we never went without. So that work ethic was there from day one. I started working the day I turned 15 years old, because I started working at a car wash just because I had that work ethic instilled in me. And I've always had a desire to be a part of a team.
It's awesome. Now, the military to civilian transition, do you have any advice for veterans looking to become entrepreneurs or leaders in business?
Absolutely. So for me, the toughest question that was asked to me is, so what are you going to do now that you're all grown up? Right? I was like, so what are you passionate about? I asked just to start thinking to yourself what you're actually passionate about. Don't let the military define who you are, because that's actually a chapter in your story, but not the only chapter. So follow your dreams, define your passion, then follow your dreams, and then use your circle, lean on your circle to help influence and encourage you as you move forward.
Thank you for that. Now, as a Black business owner, let's talk a bit about your influence on the community. How does being a Black business owner influence the way you lead and serve your community?
Leading in the community is the desire to be an example. It was probably 3 years ago, prior to me becoming a business owner. I was a senior leader in the military, and I was speaking with one of my friends, and she asked me, she was like, you should come to the school and just talk to the kids. And I was like, I never thought about it. She's like, you don't realize how many kids, in these urban areas or these low income areas that may be interested in joining the military, but they have no one to actually talk to. So, because their parents don't know anything about the military and so forth. So my goal is to be that positive influence. I won't say a role model, but be a positive influence and help these kids see that it can be done, or see others see that it can be done. If you just, you step out on faith and you follow your passion, things can be done. So my goal is to be the positive role model. Always, I won't say I'm in a glass house and always on watch, but I try to conduct myself as so. That way, people will see me, or, some of the kids, younger the younger generation to see and say, okay, I see it. It can be done. You know, when they see it, they can be it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. Now, as leaders, those who are watching, what advice would you give them? How could they, who don't know how to go out and just start something in the community, be a community leader, what advice would you tell them? How can they get involved in the things in the community?
So to get involved in the community, social media is this generation is so blessed to have their cell phones or just the internet, social media. Just search for networking events. They're everywhere. And if you connect with anyone from any one of those networking events, your circle will grow, and then your scope of influence will also grow. So use social media. Drop me an email. I can tell you what's going on in my community, and it's all about what you want, right? What your desire is. But the social media platforms and just actually the chambers of commerce, and we have a Black Chambers of Commerce here in San Antonio. I think almost like the major cities have one. But just step out and look to get involved. Make it known. A quiet mouth don't get fed. So if you want to be active, just seek opportunities. Go to a school, say, hey, how can I be active? They'll tell you, we have this event going on. Or you have churches. You go to the fire department. Anywhere you go, you can ask, hey, what's going on in the community? And I promise you, the fire department will know. Or you can go to the city council. Right? It's so many different ways to find out information. I just seek the information.
Okay. Thank you so much for that, because I didn't think about the fire department. That's an excellent idea.
Fire department, police station.
Yes. So now let's talk about a little bit about your family life. How do you protect your social life from your business life, and how do you find that balance?
So, use the word balance. So for me, I call it harmony. So, we always talk about work-life balance and things like that. So for me, it's work-life harmony. You work hard, you play hard. So there are times when you're just tired. You have to take a knee, right? But when you're on that grind, when you're preparing for a course or a workshop for a client or whatever, you have to just grind. But some months it's going to be 75-25, and then the other months it might be 60-40, something like that. But you just have to make it work. Find not balance, but you find the harmony for your sanity, as well as just your overall well-being and health. So to me, work-life harmony it's going to be tough in the beginning till you find it. But if you can find that work-life harmony, you'll go so much further in business and in life.
Thank you for that. Now, what legacy do you hope to leave through your work and also through your business?
The legacy I would like to leave, I just want to add value to everyone I come in contact with, to be the best I can be, to be the best, again, I don't want to use the word role model, but just to be the best I could be. So when people see me, what we always talk about, we joke about it, but we talk about what would they say when you're no longer here? What would the person at your eulogy say? So I would always want them to have something positive to say about me. So that's the legacy I would like to leave, is to always have something for someone to say positive.
And that goes right into my next question and possibly my last question. Tell me, so if you wanted them to know, look into the camera and tell them, who is Mr. Darius Smith?
Okay. So Darius Smith is a passionate human being who's genuinely concerned and authentic and wants the best for all. So I strive to help each other grow, add value to you, and also build your brand. And when I say build your brand, it's about who you are. I always joke about in the military, your brand is your name that you wear on your shirt. Everywhere you go, someone's going to form an opinion about you, whether good or bad. So the goal is to build your brand, be that positive influence, and when you get a seat at the table, keep it. So Darius is that guy. Darius is the guy that's going to be there for you. I have your back through thick and thin, and we're going to continue to grow together.
Darius, thank you so very much. Before we run out of time, once again, I want to make sure everybody know how to contact you. Please give us your contact information once again.
So phone number is 737-341-4333. Website, Stay Ready Consulting, or ST4Y readyconsulting.com. And then again, I'm available on all social media platforms at Stay Ready Leadership.
Okay, and I have this last question. Mentorship, how important, and I want you to help them understand, how important is it to have mentors on each level, a peer mentor, a junior mentor, a senior mentor? How important it is for staying focused and staying committed to your goal?
Wow, that's a great question. Thank you. That's to me is paramount, because your peer leader is going to be the person that's kind of walking through it with you. That's the one who's going to be your accountability partner. So the person that's on the journey with you. When you talk about a senior mentor, or you look at someone, I think of someone who's been there, done that, somebody that's done it before, so they can kind of help share some of their mistakes, things they learned from to help you, or to prevent or minimize the chances that you'll run into that same situation. And what's near and dear to my heart is the younger generation. I take great pride in that, because even with my kids, like, they teach me so much and how to simplify my life when it comes to the technology, and just how to more easily accomplish something. So you just got to be open to feedback from all levels, and don't think just because someone is younger than you or junior to you within the organization that they can't teach you anything, because today's generation, I found, is a lot smarter and more technically savvy than I am.
Thank you so much for sharing this. Now tell us, what are your goals for the next 10 years? What do you see yourself in? What are your goals?
Just to continue to influence. I really have it on my heart to influence individuals, every day, like I say, add value to someone, and just continue to expand my reach.
And for someone who's trying to start a program in their city, do you do conferences? Do you do speaking engagements? They can just contact you by phone?
Yes, they can contact me by phone or by email. It's on the website. You can just hit, let's contact Darius, get in touch, your book Darius, and we can have the conversation of what you need from me, like how can I help, and what's the desired outcome.
Darius, thank you so very much. You have given us such invaluable information, and I know people are going to be looking out to get in touch with you. And once again, everybody, Mr. Darius Smith, we thank you so much for joining us, and we hope to see you again. You guys stay tuned. We do have another guest speaker coming up. Thank you, Darius.
Thank you. All right. Have a good day.
You too.
All right.
The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a foundation for students. You may go to the www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. That's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say Cash App BBB XUSA SUSA. Let me read that again. $ BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to also thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 25. That's NC 100, Sway Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Marge McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympic, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and Black Business Expo USA. Once again, thank you. Remember, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. Have a great and wonderful day.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business.
Infection control and nursing for over 30 years. It is truly my passion. I love being able to see people who are in need go into a facility and get quality care, have quality outcomes, and don't leave with anything they didn't come in with. Infection control experts is really about having the ability to partner with facilities, partner with organizations who may not have the resources to be able to make sure their residents or patients, depending on the setting, get the best care that they have. What we're finding a lot of times is a lot of people are wearing many different hats, and staffing is hard right now. And COVID did a whopper on all of healthcare, and everyone is hurting. So I come in, and our organization, we're here to be that support system for them, to provide that extra pair of hands, the innovation that they need for efficiencies, things that are going to make the difference in what happens. And we don't come in when the surveyors come in. What differentiates us is we're their partner. So when you get us, but we're helping you proactively monitor, proactively engage, proactively look at real-time information so that we can make the difference ahead of time.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations,
competition, right? Because there needs to be a competitive edge.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach
that we
$5
take
trillion by
through
2030.
our executive leadership training program, and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is yours truly, Dr. Brandy Nicole, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. With that being said, I am your speaker for the next few minutes. Again, my name is Dr. Brandy Nicole, and I'm going to be speaking to you about empowerment through entrepreneurship, leading as a Black business owner in the trichology and wellness industry. I've been in business for over 25 years, but being in business, I understand that it requires transition. It requires a shift. And so being in business, I decided to really shift from the beauty industry to more of a lucrative industry, such as the wellness industry. I own the Hair Clinic RX, award-winning, on the Eastern Shore of Maryland. I also have a podcast, Trichology Talk, where you can find it on all major platforms, Apple, Spotify, and also Amazon Music, if you will. But again, I want to talk about the empowerment through entrepreneurship, leading as a Black business in the trichology industry, building a legacy of health and confidence and community. And so one of the things that I want to really touch on, because what I understand is a lot of individuals do not know what trichology is. It's my passion, right? But trichology is a paramedical science that studies the hair in the scalp, right? A trichologist is the actual specialist that studies the hair in the scalp. And so my journey as a business owner has definitely evolved in such a way. My backstory is being in business for over 25 years, seeing business in the negative, 6 figures in the negative before I seen it in the positive. And what that means is that I started out on this journey as a beauty entrepreneur, of course, having that passion of wanting to own my own salon. However, opening up my first salon had yielded me a lot of pain and trauma by connecting with a investor who calls me 6 figures in the negative. And what that means is just not being able to properly do business, not having the right contracts, not really knowing the legalities behind dealing with an investor. And so it actually put me in the negative $189,000. That's a lot of money to start out, especially when it's your first business. And then, and as I said, it was trauma, right? But nevertheless, I understand my passion. I understand pursuit. I understand operating in my faith and knowing that no matter what I go through, I just know that all things work together for my good. And so with that being said, seeing 6 figures in the negative, I began to evolve and just really just plow the ground in the beauty industry, becoming a celebrity stylist, becoming an educator, and a really major kingdom entrepreneur and influence in the industry, which now yielded me to be able to successfully open up the first hair clinic on the Eastern Shore of Maryland, dominating the market, right? Dominating the market as a trichologist, being the #1 and only one hair care, hair restoration expert on the Eastern Shore of Maryland. So that's what I'm saying. Turning, evil into good. What the enemy meant for evil, definitely God turned it around for my good. And so that is the highlight and challenge of my entrepreneurship journey. And of course, I have so many other stories, but I like when I'm getting on multiple platforms is to share the highlight of the backstory of the challenges of being an entrepreneur, right? Because one of the things that we have to learn is being transparent in our journey, because we know that being an entrepreneur is very, very challenging, and it takes a grace. And so while I've had many challenges, I've definitely experienced several triumphs in my journey, which brought me to where I am today. And so what I would like to talk about is the power Secondly, is the power of Black entrepreneurship, right? Let's talk about the economic impact. Black-owned businesses contribute significantly to the U.S. economy. We know the power of the Black dollar, right? We know that this economy cannot really function with our Black dollar. We have that power. And so what I want you to take away from today is to know and understand that not only do we have the power, but we have the authority to shift the dynamics of an economic system, right? We have the authority to really make a change in the impact. And so as a community, we must know and understand how to be able to come together as one, unity, love, right? And not really focus on the systemic of racism, but focus on our power as a community, right? And so entrepreneurship is a tool and should be a tool as far as building generational wealth. Come on here now. And so generational wealth, we know that is very, very important. And this is why we're speaking about legacy, because that's my overall goal, to be the not just the number one hair expert in the industry for what I do as far as a trichologist, but also leaving a legacy for my children and grandchildren. Now, let me tell y'all, I know I don't look like it, but trust and believe I am a grandmother. And so I have 3 grandchildren that I have to live for. And so not only am I living for my son and my daughter, but I'm living for the 3 grandchildren that my children decided to bring into this world. And so what I want to leave is a legacy for them to really understand that Yaya, because I don't do the grandmother, but Yaya has definitely plowed the ground for us to be wealthy and to be successful in the future, right? And so entrepreneur is definitely a tool to build generational wealth. Now, why does representation matter? The representation of the African American community, reason being is because as Black business owners, we serve as a role model, right? And we create opportunities within our own community. And so here's the thing. We don't want to continue to complain and really talk about what is going wrong. Let's be a part of the solution, right? We do all things well when it comes to complaining, but yet we lack in coming together as one and really becoming a solution. And so our goal on this network is to really inspire and impact the entrepreneur community as a Black community to be role models and to create not just opportunities, but create the wealth, create jobs, and create a network of unity. Now, there are some overcoming barriers that we have to filtrate through and things of that nature, such as funding. We know that funding is definitely an issue, especially in our culture. I remember several years ago, matter of fact, during the pandemic, I had the privilege to actually go to E. Carnell University and to really study women entrepreneurship. And one of the major keys that we learned in class was understanding that not only being a woman really affects whether or not we get funding, but being a Black woman. So we are a double minority. I'm speaking from a double minority aspect, right? As a Black woman, and how it can really affect the impact of whether or not we receive funding opportunities, limited resources, and then again, the systemic inequities when it comes to trying to overcome these barriers. You know, I remember the song that says, this is a man's world. And we get that. But at the end of the day, I understand, we should understand that without the man, you need the woman. The woman, we are the one that actually gives birth, right, to the men. And so this is why the power of unity is really, really important in our community to really assist us to overcome challenges as such. And so there needs to be an importance of having resilience and being able to adapt to the changes. And even though there is a systemic inequalities when it comes to being a minority, nevertheless, we should learn to be able to thrive in spite of the adversities that we may experience in our entrepreneurship journey, and definitely providing community support. So I'm really big on that. So let's talk about why trichology matters in the Black community. This is my favorite part. So I just wanted to, talk about the importance of our community, but why should trichology matter? One of the things is basically having a unique hair care needs, right? And so we know, especially as Black women, we love our hair. Image is everything. However, I understand that when a woman loses her hair, she loses her confidence. And especially if a woman's identity, hear me, identity is rooted and grounded in her hair, it could actually alter her identity and how she feels about herself, right? Although, because I remember India Arie says, I am not my hair, and we should not, and we are not our hair. However, it is our crown and glory. And we know that when our hair ain't right, we got a whole attitude. If it don't look good, we do not feel good, right? And so this is the uniqueness of when it comes to trichology and being able to have a level of resource that if you are ever going through a hair or scalp situation, such as hair loss, or scalp disorders and diseases, know that there is help. And so as a entrepreneur, as a trichologist of the Hair Clinic RX, we understand that there are unique hair care needs, right? And so we know that African Americans, we require a specialized need, and there needs to be a specialized knowledge and care. Now, I'm going to be very transparent because for those of you who know who I am or who follow me, I'm very transparent. And one of the things that I understood about becoming a trichologist is the research, right? And so the research that was literally that was compiled with other scientists and trichologists and hair restoration specialists, a lot of the research, we were not included. Let's just keep it real. We were not included, right? And so not to say that there was anything wrong, but what I understand, let's go on a positive journey with that. What I understand is that when there is a lack of knowledge of a culture, some people have a tendency to just stay away so that they don't misrepresent or they don't provide the improper education when it comes to our culture. And so this is why it's important as a culture that we rise up even in the trichology industry, right? And so there is a need for specialized knowledge and care when it comes to us as a culture. Now, there's a high prevalence of hair and scalp conditions, including alopecia, especially traction-related issues. But let me just kind of speak from, my perspective as far as what I see consistently in my clinic, especially when it comes to the African-American women. I specialize in hair loss, hormonal hair loss for those women who suffer from perimenopause, menopause, postmenopause. That's hormonal hair loss, right? And so we know that going through that hormonal changes in our body, there may be a high cause of experiencing any type of excessive shedding and thinning and things of that nature. But not only do I see a lot of hormonal hair loss, what I understand as an African-American woman seeing this consistently in the clinic is inflammation in our bodies, right? And so my goal is to not only bring awareness to trichology, to be able to provide resources for your hair and scalp wellness, but my goal is for the holistic piece, right? Because as a holistic health practitioner, I am able to assess the dynamics of your heavy metal toxics and your metabolic levels, to be able to determine where your body is going and how it is functioning, and what systems in your body is actually being affected, right? And so this is really, really major in our community. And so what I am asking you to do is really just open up your heart and mind to just receive this type of knowledge and information, and really consider just at any point in your life to include us, the trichologists, in your hair care regimen. And that also goes for men, because believe it or not, men actually start to lose their hair at the age of 20, right? And so there is something called AGA, androgenetic alopecia, that allows the men to begin to lose their hair. They start to thin, and it can start as early as 20. And so there needs to be a proactive approach, especially in our community. We need our people to come together and really not just worry about the image and the maintenance of our hair and scalp, but the holistic approach of what's really going on in our body. One of the things I say is that your hair and your scalp tells a story. I am able to look at your scalp and be able to tell you, what medication are you on? Hey, well, what are you doing? What are you not eating? Or what are you eating? Your scalp, as a trained professional, we are able to examine your scalp from this perspective. And so with that being said, our community lack awareness, limited understanding of scalp health and holistic hair care and overall wellness. And so we need, as a community, to really thrive and just really be educated, if you will, educated in the holistic approach, because at the end of the day, we cannot leave a legacy if we don't have long life. Come on here now. We cannot leave a legacy if we do not have long life. Now, let me just say this. Believe it or not, once again, I am the 5th generation of 7 living generations in the African American community. So we know that the average African American community, African American family, does not live past 4 generations. However, I have 7 living generations. I'm the 5th generation, right? My son is 6, and then my grandson is the 7th. And we are actually double, because my sister, who also has a son, and they're, in close in age, she has a granddaughter as well. And so that just goes to show the longevity in our family. My oldest aunt, who actually allowed us to, really have this title of 7 living generations in the African American community. She is 100. I think she's 103. If I don't, yes, she's 103 or 104. But nevertheless, she's over 100 years old, living strong. And one of the questions that we were asked was, how do we keep the vitality in our family? What produces longevity in our family to be able to have 7 living generations? And the key thing was the fact that my great grandmother, who is still living today, all she did was literally walk. She walked every morning. I never forget, as a little girl, my grandmother, as I was getting prepared with my, getting dressed with my grandfather, she would go out and take her morning walks. She would get up. She would have her morning prayer. She would read her word. She would have her, her tea, and then she would go on her morning walks. And she did this every morning. It did not matter. She did it every morning. And so just the movement and, that cardio, that just extended, I believe it extended the years, and to be able to provide the longevity of life. And so that's what we are about. So as trichologists, we're not just, hair and scalp wellness, but we are definitely health holistic wellness. We're worried about the whole approach of how your body is functioning. And so this is why this is a cultural significance. Why? Because of the fact that our hair is, again, I said it earlier, is a symbol or symbolic of identity. It's symbolic of beauty and empowerment. It is nothing more beautiful than a woman expressing herself through the power of her hair, right? As you can see, I wear a nice short platinum blonde cut. For those, again, who know me, that's how I love to rock my hair. That's what gives me confidence. That's what allows me to walk in a room and just own the room, because of, that's my personality. That's part of my identity. But you as a woman, you may have, luxurious locks, or, that beautiful, natural, curly hair. No matter what the texture, no matter what the type, the color, the length, doesn't matter. It's all beautiful. This is our culture, and we just need to learn to embrace that, okay? And so, yes, hair is the symbolic of our identity. And though it should not be who we are, it should be a part of who we are, the beauty and the empowerment in our community. And so, again, our role as a trichologist is to be able to provide the proper education, customizing solutions, and having a holistic approach to your hair and scalp health. That's really important. And to let you know, I am such a science geek. I'm that science geek that I love quantum physics. I love biology. I love chemistry. And oftentimes we don't really hear our culture of women or men saying that they actually love a subject such as science, because, right, science can be very, very complex. But nevertheless, I just feel as though that when you have such a great love, it's a grace. And so I believe me loving science is a grace, which is why I went into trichology, because of the fact that it's a combination of my love for science and my love for hair. And then the creative part of me, as a hairstylist, just to be able to just maximize and just, pair that all together is such a beautiful experience for me. Now let's just talk about how to, what it comes to building a business, right? Building a business. So each entrepreneur, so, even though I'm speaking from a trichologist perspective, I feel as though that these steps of success can definitely encourage you and just push you in the right direction of really succeeding in business. Because at the end of the day, that's what we want. When we become entrepreneurs, we want to be able to thrive and strive for greatness and excellence, right? And so some of the steps that I'm going to share with you today is gaining specialization in training and certification. So it does not matter whether it's trichology. I know I'm speaking a lot about the beauty industry, but I also do a lot of business coaching, right? And so getting that specialized training and certification in business, in branding, in marketing, right? Investment. If you're in the financial industry, investing in real estate, there's so many steps of success that you can take. But what you want to do is definitely be marketable by getting that specialization in your training and certification. Another thing is just really understanding your target audience and their unique challenges. So for myself, I can tell you, just again, being transparent, one of my things were when I started my trichology business, it was very broad. Oh, I want to help everybody with alopecia. Now, that may work, and you can throw spaghetti on the wall and it will stick, but for a moment. But what I understand is understanding a niche market, right? Having a niche specialization and a target audience to be able to attract. Now, Just because you have a target audience, it does not necessarily mean that you can only service those individuals, right? That doesn't mean that at all. What that means is that I am taking my solution and I want to target, again, the unique challenge of a target audience or of an individual. So instead of worrying about more of the demographics, now this is the business coach coming out of me. Instead of more worrying about the demographic of your audience, you want to understand the psychological aspects, the physiology of your target audience. How does your person, right? How does your person thinks? What does he or she do? How does he or she moves? How much is he or she willing to spend? What is her credit score? Believe it or not, that makes a difference, right? And why? Because if you are a premium business owner that offers premium service, such as being a trichologist, right? You want to know if your target audience can really afford your services. And so, yes, their credit score matters. Why? Because that level of accountability shows their level of responsibility in their finances, which means that no matter where they are in their life, whether they're retired or they're working a job that's $10 an hour, it doesn't matter. What matters is how they steward their money. And so when we look at the business aspect from that perspective, then we'll be able to shift the dynamics of the success of our business, right? And so just again, understanding your target audience and their unique challenges. Also creating a business model that incorporates education, services, and community outreach. Now, I love education. I love all things education, right? And so the thing about it is, one of the things that I will say is, whatever it is that you choose to do, you want to definitely have an educational aspect. Why? Because that opens up doors for speaking opportunities, right? Just as I am here today, having an educational aspect to my business allows me to go wherever, I am called, right? To really function at the highest level of myself, the highest version of myself, to get on stage and be able to educate you from any perspective, from confidence in business to ministry in the marketplace, dominating the 7 mountains of influence of how to be, a successful kingdom entrepreneur, to being, in the beauty industry, and then creating a 6-figure trichology clinic. That right there, because of, your level of education and you pouring into yourself, what you need to do is re-evolve yourself and be able to pour out into others. So incorporating educational models in your business model to be able to open up doors of opportunities. And especially services, and then incorporating community outreach. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we do not go into business to make money, right? That is the byproduct of the success, right? While we want to make money and we want to make sure that we're in the black, not in the red, but nevertheless, at the end of the day, we want to go into business to solve a problem. Because if I focus on solving your problem, guess what? The money's going to come. And so it's all about mindset. And so this is why it's important to really create that business model. Okay. Challenges in the industry. Educating the community about the importance of trichology. So many people, they don't know what trichology is. And so this is why, because I've seen the opportunity to be able to understand, especially from a minority, right? A double minority, a Black woman. I decided to be the blueprint. Okay, let's create a podcast, Trichology Talk. So as I stated in the beginning, I have a podcast called Trichology Talk. And what Trichology Talk will do is be able to provide you with scientific and educational information to be able to assist you, whether you are a beauty professional, medical professional, or just a consumer who just want to properly educate themselves. We are providing you with information to be able to help you to thrive in your hair and overall wellness aspect of just where you are in life, right? And so just being able, again, I can't stress it enough, educate the community and the importance, right, of your business. And in my regard, the trichology business, the wellness industry. Competing with mainstream, right? So competition, yes, we're going to have competition, right? Because there needs to be a competitive edge. This competition is actually good. If we look at it in a healthy form, we can see it from the perspective that what it does, it gives us a different perspective to be able to provide a same or the same or a similar service of someone else, but with our own twist, with our own vision, without, moving into stealing other people's clients and things of that nature. I have a hashtag that says hashtag collaborating to millions, because I understand the power of collaboration. Collaboration will allow you to not actually have accountability, but it will give you, it's almost like that iron sharpened iron, right? And so that's what we want to do. And so be able to really capitalize on collaborating versus competing in business. And so in my industry as the trichologist, there are mainstream hair care solutions. Everybody has a hair growth oil. Everybody has a hair growth vitamin. Everybody has, a hair salon. But here's the beauty of it. They're not you. They don't have your grace. They don't have your anointing to do what you were called to do, right? And so at the end of the day, it's just understanding where you are, understanding that we need that competitive edge because we need to know what we're working with. But at the same time, have that level of transparency and creativity to be able to do what we need to do. Okay, so I want to close out with these remarks because just again, I just hope that I've said something that really kind of motivates you, inspire you, or kind of make you like, oh, wow, this is amazing. Never knew anything about this. My goal is to bring awareness. But overall, 3 points that I want to leave with you. As a business owner, we are not just running business, especially Black business owners. Let me say that. As Black business owners, we are not just running businesses, right? We are shaping the futures and building legacy and empowering our community. If we're not empowering our community, what are we really doing? We should never, ever magnify the problem more than the solution. And so at the end of the day, we need to operate in our grace and our gift and really own who we are, understand the power of who we are as a Black business owner. Second point is hair is our crown, but health is our foundation. Let's create a future where both are actually celebrated. Yes, it is okay to have the image of just loving your hair, loving your locks, and and just wearing the makeup and the lashes. I don't, that doesn't bother me. But what bothers me is that when we put specific things such as our image over our health, right? Our health should always be the ultimate foundation of why we thrive and succeed, especially in our community. So let's create a future where they are both celebrated, right? And last but not least, I definitely want to thank you for just tuning in. And definitely want you to just connect with me. You can connect with me on all major platforms. I am Brandy Nicole, Nichole. I am Brandy Nicole.
Well, thank you, Brandy.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change. and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Morris.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
Exciting time to be in digital marketing with the advent, the explosion of generative AI chatbots. They're better known as ChatGPT. There's Bard, there's Claude, there's all kinds of this new one came out called Gemini. There's so many different tools that really what it comes down to is that it's made my business more precise. I can do things more quicker, I would say, and to elevate my brand messaging to a level that allows me to be as creative as possible. digital market economy is taking the world by storm, probably over the last decade or so, but is really escalating now in the advent of AI, because it is a game changer for a lot of businesses. It's not just all the big boys that can play in this space because of cloud computing, because of mobile computing, and now you have these tools at your disposal. You've got a laptop, you've got a computer, you can now digitize yourself to a level and get your message out there, and that equates to business.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish, Goldie, dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to believe, the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all. Wow. When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Morris.
I grew up in Flint, Michigan during the 60s, and as a child, I can remember the civil rights movement. I remember our family huddling around our small black and white TV, and we'd watch all of the things that were going on in Alabama and Mississippi. Some of my older cousins were active in the movement, and each week we would have a large Sunday dinner with the extended family, and they would come back and tell us about all of the things that they had seen and done. As a child of about 8 or 9 years old, I always wanted to grow up and be a part of the movement, but by the time I became of age, it was all over. All of the marching was done. I always felt left out, that I didn't get a chance to participate in the civil rights movement. But little did I know that God had another plan for me as a computer instructor and database developer. But even then, it bothered me that I didn't see many people of color in my classes. That is when journalist Dr. John Ray introduced me to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. and Dr. Eunice Dudley of Dudley Products, who had been mentored by the millionaire S.B. Fuller. Through Dr. Dudley, I was introduced to Dr. Lafayette Jones, past Vice President of Marketing for John H. Johnson of Johnson Publishing, and his wife, Sandra Miller Jones, who was a Vice President at Quaker Oats, and together they created SMSI, a national marketing firm. Dr. George C. Frazier of FrazierNet and the Power Networking Conference, Dr. Jackie Mayfield of ComproTax, founder of the largest Black-owned income tax service, and even billionaire Michael B. Roberts. They all believe that the way to close the wealth gap is through entrepreneurship, because we as a people had to overcome slavery, and secondly, obtain our civil rights to be able to eat in any restaurant or stay at any hotel that we wanted. But the third piece is economic equality. And now I am also convinced that we must become entrepreneurs, and to do so we must embrace technology and a strategy of global networking. That is why I created Every.Black, to use my vast experience as a computer instructor to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology and artificial intelligence in business. Every.Black members are listed in our online website directory, promoted in our digital newsletter, on our social media, and on our podcast. And we also conduct weekly virtual mastermind meetings where we read positive books, learn from the experts, while networking with like-minded individuals from around the world, educating them about every aspect of becoming a successful entrepreneur. That is what Every.Black is all about. Just go to www.every.black to take the AI and tech classes you need, to register for our mastermind meetings, and to join the Every.Black family. Visit us at www.every.black and sign up today. Just go to every.black, every.black. No .com, no .net. Just every.black. .black is the new .com.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my, you know, my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, you know, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, you know, having now without her help. you're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself, and anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to Black Business Network. My name is Lakeisha Callis. I am your business moderator for this session of Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we're speaking to Dr. Pollard. Dr. Pollard, DPC, is a seasoned beauty wellness expert with over 31 years of experience empowering clients physically, mentally, and spiritually. How you doing, Dr. Pollard? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fave Unite TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fave Unite TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fave Unite TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FaveUniteTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@FaveUniteTV.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fave Unite TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
How you doing, Miss Pollard? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I am a licensed cosmetologist of 31 years. I'm also a licensed cosmetology instructor and a trichologist.
That's great to hear. What is the experience you entered the beauty and wellness industry?
I actually, at the age of 16, young age, started, with my family, others in the community, styling hair. And that's how I got started. And here I am today, still a beauty professional.
That's great. What does beauty mean to you beyond physical appearance?
It means a lot. There's a little cliche that said your hair is your crown, and that's with male and female. That's the first thing, everybody want, there's a quote that says if you look good, you feel good. So it's a beautiful field to be in and a beautiful career to be in to help someone feel beautiful on the inside and out.
That's great. How do you empower your clients to feel great?
Actually, just the care, service them, just do small things, putting your hand on their shoulder and paying attention to them and hearing their stories about their grandkids and what happened during on the news, or just different things going on in the community. Just being an ear, being attentive, giving them your undivided attention and letting them know that they matter.
Wow. Can you share one of the most powerful client transformation stories?
I have so many. I have so many. Today, there's a lot of individuals that's dealing with hair loss. So to be able to have a consultation with someone that has dealt with hair loss, have searched for years, and to actually have the education and the professional training on how to help them where they thought their hair wouldn't grow back and actually their hair grow back. So that's the most wonderful transformation. That's something that I can offer. And it's just such a great feeling to get professionally trained to know how to transform lives, and something that seemed impossible, actually see it happen right before your eyes.
That's great. How do you help clients discover their purpose?
Actually, as I mentioned, by just listening to them, seeing what their needs are, and like I mentioned, getting professionally trained, standing up with the trends of what's new, what's in, being a tentative ear, and have what they need, even as for products, not only the service, but what they can do at home, to keep enhance their beauty even when they're not in the chair.
What is some of the common challenges people face when it comes to self-worth?
Things such as hair loss, some are conscious about their face shape, they're conscious about their ears, just little
Right.
small things that they're conscious about, and just knowing the right things, as I mentioned, to bring out the inner beauty that enhances the outer beauty, so it's just it's a challenge, but as I mentioned, being professionally trained, you know how to break those barriers, and to see someone leave smiling, feeling good, to get testimonials, to get text messages, and to have others, that'll come in and say, look, I saw someone, can you do my hair? It's just such a wonderful feeling.
How has the beauty industry changed over 30 years?
It has changed a whole lot. Almost on every corner, there's, barbershops, beauty salons. But what makes it unique and different, as I mentioned, is getting continued education and really not looking at it as a dollar. Like, it's beyond the chair. I was mentioning that earlier. It's beyond the chair. I love my clients. I have a passion about what I do. And as I get into the continued education and the knowledge, how to transform lives, hair, even scalp disorders, that may seem like I can't get rid of this problem, and to know that you have the solution and actually see those changes is such a wonderful thing.
What advice do you have for women balancing business, family, and faith?
There definitely has to be balance. You can have the most successful career, But if you're not spending time with family or even with self-care, something's going to get lost. You definitely, I actually just wrote a book about balancing everything. And I myself have a testimonial. I began to take more care of myself, like take breaks. Look, I would never take vacation, and I can laugh at this. I would never take a Saturday, a hairstylist, never. And it feels good to get off. Like, it's okay to take a break. It's okay to sit down and eat your food. Look, I would say, oh, I have heartburn. Oh, I don't feel. That's because I ate my food so fast. But self-care, balance, your family needs you. It's just you must have balance. It's very important. At some point you're gonna get it. And I'm so grateful that I got it, and I'm really enjoying my life. I'm pursuing my career. I'm experiencing open doors and opportunities, but I'm also enjoying my life. I'm taking breaks and taking time, taking vacation, and not just education and not just working, but really enjoying myself and enjoying my family and friends. So it's a wonderful thing. And I'm really trying to express it everywhere I go, about balance, because it's very important.
That's great. What do you believe in divine calling in your season of your life?
Well, really realizing that it's not just about me. I don't want to just live in this life and it's about me. I love to help others. I just attend a business networking event, and it just felt so great. Not to just think about yourself, to hear someone else's ideas and their achievements and share. We were able to share with one another different nuggets on business ideas, and it just felt so great. It feels so unified. So I feel it's very important to, just to network and not just focus on yourself. That is so much more to life. It's so much more, even entering to the realm of being an entrepreneur. It's just so much more. And you enjoy it so much more by sharing knowledge, with other individuals. And as I mentioned, hearing testimonial, it's things I heard at that networking event I never knew before. I was like, oh my God. When you think you've arrived, and just to hear someone's thoughts, hear someone's ideas, and it's like, wow, this can, enhance my business, or this can make me work smarter and not harder. Look, it's so exciting. You probably could see it in my expressions. I get so excited about it because it's just so wonderful. And just to know that everyone is going to have a chance, like you're going to have a chance. And to be able to support someone, to uplift someone and to be their cheerleader. And it's just so awesome. And I'm so grateful at this point in my career, even after 31 years, I'm still evolving, I'm still enjoying it. Sometimes there's certain individuals that will retire, ready to do something different. But look, I feel like someone just told me, you can become a hairstylist. I'm like, what? Oh my God, I can. It's amazing.
Tell us about your journey as an author. What inspired you to write?
Wow. As an author, so I began to go to, when I knew my career was shifting on another level, I began to share that knowledge, go to beauty colleges, and I began to share with the students some of the knowledge and do motivational classes. It went from that to speaking at graduations, to those asking, can I shadow you? Can I mentor you? And just hearing the needs. There are some that's shy, that may not be as spoken. So I came up with an idea for those that are not as outspoken and shy. They love to read. So that's what gave me an idea to become an author and to share, all this knowledge that I've gained, to share it, not just to keep it bottled up. And meeting entrepreneurs, let me tell you, I was so excited meeting entrepreneurs today. Entrepreneurs, oh, they made me want to take it up a notch. I'm like, oh no, I got to take it up a notch, because there's so many that are so smart and so talented and so inspired and have so much tenacity. I'm like, oh my God, this is just so wonderful, because I had to work my way there. And it was in me, and I was able to connect with others. So just to see there are future entrepreneurs that's already there, like they're already there, is just so amazing. So that's what gave me the idea to become an author. And as I mentioned, hearing others that don't read. Successful people, wealthy people, they read and they research. So to be able to put that in book form and to hear how what I learned also as an educator, there's different type of learning skills. Some learn in different ways. So just to know that through writing, I can help someone learn something, on another level, or get it earlier, take them not on the long road, but the short road by giving them an easy read. I knew that I had to become an author, and so far it has helped so many people.
That's so inspiring.
Yes.
What is one of the messages you always hope your clients walk away with?
That they're beautiful, that they're loved, they're thought of. Early in my career, I just would think I just need a lot of clients. But sometimes it's just one. And there's time the shop is cleared out for that one. And just to know that you have what it takes to give someone an experience, So each time someone comes to the salon, I don't want them to just get a service. I want them to get an experience. And look, let me tell you what's one of the most wonderful things. If I have a guest that's waiting and another guest come in, and I'm hearing them express, look, she's going to take good care of you. She's going to tell you how, it's just so wonderful to hear another guest share with another guest what they're about to experience.
That's a blessing. What spiritual disciplines do you recommend for inner healing?
I would say self-care, take care of yourself. Take care, sit in the park, ride a bike, laugh. You know what's the most funny thing? To find your favorite comedian and laugh, let loose. I didn't even realize how, as entrepreneurs, you may be one also, you look like you're an entrepreneur. We're just so serious all the time. Let loose, laugh. Sometimes, we concerned about, oh, I want to lose weight. Eat an ice cream cone. That's my experience. Live life. Don't just exist. Live.
That's great. How important is education building successfully beauty business?
It is very, very important. As I'm a student first. Even as an educator, I've gained opportunities to educate all over at summits, hair shows, and conferences. And it's so important to stay with the trends, stay what's new, stay what's in, because it may seem like education is boring, but you need to get knowledge. You need to know, especially if you're going to service the community. You're going to deal with different, like I service males, I service females, and I serve children. How else I'm going to know how to take care of them unless continue education? It is so impactful. And it's something about when you're in a room with like-minded people that love what you love, and they're conversating about something you can engage in, because the same thing that they're sharing, they experience, you experience the same thing, and you just can't wait to hear how did they handle it, and to know they handle it like you would have handled it. When I tell you, look, I love networking, I love education, and I love to be around like-minded people, and even those that are not like-minded. It doesn't take long. Once I start sharing, or you're around others that can share the importance of continuing education, they join forces with us.
That's inspiring. What has been your most rewarding moment in ministry?
Oh, I have so many. I have so many. I'll tell you my most rewarding, something that comes to mind, is students that I was able to go in, teach classes, and motivate them. The most rewarding was to see them graduate. To hear some of their challenges, times when they wanted to give up or they couldn't, complete a task, thought it was so hard. That was so rewarding. It's priceless. It's no price tag you can add to it. To see them take that task and move it from one side to the other side and see them toss up that graduation hat, most rewarding, most rewarding ever. And again, not looking at what's rewarding for me or what I could have poured out to someone else and see them accomplish their goals and dreams. That's what's rewarding to me.
This is very inspiring. What is one scripture that keeps you grounded?
I would say the scripture that says, I can do all things through Christ that strengthens me. Yes.
How do you use beautiful as a tool for ministry?
Well, by being an example, sharing, as I mentioned, sharing my knowledge, sharing my training, sharing my story, sharing my triumphs, just sharing. That's how I use it as a tool to help many others. And let me tell you, it's so wonderful when you get a text message. It's time students reach out to me and I forget things that I've done, and Miss Enola, you remember you you gave me money to get you sowed a seed into my life to be able to get my first nail kit. Guess what? I'm working in the nail salon. Yay! Look, that's how I use it, just by sharing.
That's great. How do you approach mentorship for the next generation of beauty professionals?
By being transparent, by being available, by being open-minded to listen, by using my manners, good eye contact, by being an example. That's how. And look, it works every time. And even work with me. Because even though I give it, there's times I need it. And so to have those that have went before me to come and give that back to me, it helps me to go on.
It's great. What legacy are you building through your brand and work?
Legacy is free to be me, to be honest. All of me, the mother in me, the friend in me, sisterhood, me, by sharing me, every part of me. Sometimes you may feel, am I enough? Or this didn't happen. Or maybe to compare, I bypass all of that and just be me. Sometimes we talk about the problems that's around us, but we are the solution. The change we need to see is in us. So I keep that in my forefront of my mind, and that keeps me going and rooted and grounded.
What's next for you?
Well, I actually just completed a training to be a hairstylist on movies, TV, commercials, and film. Wow. So that's my next. Yes.
Any new books?
Yes, I have a few projects that's coming out. Actually, one that I'll share. And look, you're someone special because you're one of the first ones to know. I have a children's book that's coming out, and it's on sickle cell awareness. And what I find that there are individuals that are young that may have learning disabilities or even to wear braces and to wear glasses. I felt it was a message to let them know that they matter, that they can find, they can have that and still be exceptional, great. So that's the impact that I'm looking forward to. This book is on sickle cell awareness. And it's actually, if you would say, who is my audience, that's who my audience, those that are young, that may have disabilities or sickness, but it's also to the parents, to some work so hard, to take good care of their child, and to let them know they matter and they can make a difference. So I'm so excited about that.
Who is Miss Anola? Dr. Anola Pennard.
If I had one word to express myself, I would call myself um, brave, Braveheart. That's something, that's a name that I give myself, a brave heart. I want to always have a brave heart. So that would be the word that would describe me in every area of my life, a brave heart.
How can people connect with you or and experience your services?
I have a website. It's AshanteEnterprises.com. So anyone can reach me and know all the services that I offer. I'm also on social media, Enola Pillard, Facebook, and Ashante Enterprises on IG.
Do you have any 10-year plans?
Yes, I do. I have two. So my desire is to open a training center. What I've gathered, that there's beauty professionals that have to get licensed, but they're normally trained to be able to pass the exam. But my desire is to open a training center that whenever they get out of school to get their license, my training center would be their next, for the next level, how to brand themselves, how to market themselves, and just be in a beautiful environment, of beauty, surrounded by it. That's what helped me. So I know that's what I'm going to help them. So that's my desire, to open a training center. And I also, my mom and dad, both are deceased. So I would love to open a facility where the elderly can go, where the kids can go to get after school tutoring. That's something that I desire to do in memory of my mom and dad.
Wow, that's awesome. That's great. And I hope all your plans and goals go through. It was great talking to you. You inspire me. I hope you inspire everybody else watching. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Can you give the website one more time? For
AshanteEnterprises.com. There you getting all my books, all my services, even some little testimonials. You'll get to know me even more by jumping on my website and just get knowledge about Dr. Enola Pillard.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
You've been such an inspiration to me.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Even seeing you, it takes so much courage to do what you do. And you've done such a wonderful job. You inspire me.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Please come back soon.
I sure will. And as often as you need me, I would love to be a guest again.
And I can't wait till you come back because I know you're going to have some more great stories.
Yes, I will.
And ideas.
I will. Yes, I will.
Stay tuned. Let's see it. Guys, that was Dr. Enola Pillard talking with her. We're gonna go to the commercial now. The Black Business Expo mission is a fundraiser for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser from students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to scholarship funds or use the cash app that's on the screen below and say $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops up to $500 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2025. NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia, Migratory, Supply Development Council, Step Management, Margie Magdalene Foundation, Genius in Common, the Quality Coaching Community, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, the Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Bank Law Firm, Bank Business Expo USA, and also Executive Women Success Institution. Thank you for joining.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs. and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Are you a forward-thinking entrepreneur or business owner? The world is changing faster than ever, and it's time to pivot and adapt to the future. Hello LLC is here to help you do just that. Hello stands for helping enterprises leverage leading-edge optimizations. Our innovative solutions can streamline operations, reduce overhead costs, and give you a competitive edge in a market projected to reach $5 trillion by 2030. By pivoting to the metaverse, businesses can tap into a rapidly growing market that is projected to be a significant part of daily life for 25% of Americans by 2026. As a full digital metaverse agency, the Hello LLC can help you create custom solutions to streamline operations, increase productivity, reduce costs, and drive brand recognition. Why should you pivot to the metaverse with the Hello LLC? By leveraging cutting-edge technology, you can provide immersive experiences for your customers, expand your global reach, and unlock new revenue streams. Contact us today to make the pivot.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the BU collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement. I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5 Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this, because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Spiritual Teak, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next keynote speaker is Sonia McCarter-Kellogg. Sonia McCarter has always had a keen interest in business. She attended business classes in trade school and took business law courses. Her parents could not afford to send her to college, so she managed to take evening courses in whatever was available. She had the opportunity to work in various roles that have allowed her to apply her business knowledge and started as a mayor's assistant, where she learned the ins and outs of local government and gained valuable experience in public administration. From there, she transitioned to a legal secretary position and served as a business administrator. One of the highlights of her career was being nominated as a Business Professional Woman of the Year. I present to you Sonia McCarter-Kellogg.
Hi.
Hi, gorgeous soul.
Thank you.
Genius is
Good
coming.
morning.
Good morning. Genius is coming. Well, afternoon. Genius is coming.
Yeah, afternoon. Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. Genius is coming, darling. And I'll see you on the other side. Have a good show.
Thank you. Thank you. And good afternoon to everyone. Again, my name is Sonia McCarter-Kellogg. I am CEO, founder of SMC Management Solutions, and we are located in Gaston, Alabama. As the moderator has said, that I have always had a keen interest in business, which drove me to taking many classes and courses as I could that related to business, some in economics, government, business law, accounting, whatever I could find to do, or whatever courses I could find to take, I took those. Also, I later on took college.
Did you know that our black dollar only lasts for 6 hours in our community? Yet other communities, their dollars last for 19 to 30 days.
The Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation. Yes, that's why we created the Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation is a centralized directory available to all black businesses across the world. It was created for businesses like you, the ones that want to start and the ones who have a dream that have already started, such as businesses like Drop in a Bucket Productions, Valito Foods, Sugar Tea Branding Firm, All the Dazzle, Bun Cakeaholic, Miss Riot, and you. We'll have marketing, seminars, and some funding coming soon just for you. So, we want you to come and join us. www.blackwallstreetnation.com. See you there.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start all new beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize. Because everyone's a fan of something, and everyone has a fan base.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and the commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand, like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I said, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hate Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Ladies and gentlemen, and fellow professionals, please allow me to introduce myself. I am David Jones, the co-founder and CEO of the Hello LLC, where I am passionately dedicated to guiding individuals and businesses toward their own return on time investment. Time is my only competition. With over 20 years of experience as a corporate C-level executive, I bring a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the Hello LLC. My career journey has been marked by a relentless pursuit of excellence in marketing, strategy, and business management leadership. I have had the privilege of working with renowned Fortune 500 companies such as Xerox, American Airlines, Hilton, and Geico. However, what truly drives me is the transformational work we do at the Hello LLC. We are pioneering a new approach to business in the metaverse, where we empower businesses and individuals to build strong foundations, automate their processes and systems, while thriving in the ever-evolving digital landscape. More than just a 3D digital marketing agency, the Hello LLC is truly a community built on love, kindness, and integrity. We want more for you than from you. As I often say, collaboration is the new competition. In an era where time is the most precious commodity, I am here to guide you toward your own return on time investment, because if time was sold in stores, it would be sold out. With a deep commitment to excellence and a strong belief in the power of community, I don't just lead a company, I lead a movement into the future of business. Ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and a pleasure to be your guide on this remarkable journey. I am David Jones, and together, we will embrace a future marked by success, collaboration, and the transformative work we do at the Hello LLC. Hello stands for helping everyone live life optimally. So, let's make that pivot together and start living life optimally. today.
Have you ever seen a parent stressed out and needed a stress reliever with their child? One morning, I was coming out of a store and saw a mother and her 3 or 4-year-old son. She was highly upset, actually beginning to yell at him. However, the more upset she became, it seemed the calmer the child became. He sat down on the sidewalk, crisscross applesauce, folded his arms, and looked up at her with a smile. You see, the angrier she became, the calmer he became, because he had the control of the situation. Hi, I'm Frizelma Lynn. I am the CEO and founder of Frizelma Teaching Parents, LLC. I'm a retired teacher, school district administrator, an author, speaker, and I am the parenting 911 coach. My mission is to rescue families by equipping parents with proven, effective, and practical strategies to enhance their parenting skills. Many times we as a society expect parents to teach, train, and raise their children without providing the necessary tools they need to accomplish this. However, parenting issues cannot be resolved without intervention. Therefore, Frizelma Teaching Parents has provided coaching programs, digital courses, and live webinar trainings to provide step-by-step research-based parenting strategies, even for parents.
Welcome back, Sonia.
Thank you.
Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Again, since my younger years, I've always had a desire to work in the business field. This caused me to be driven and determined. And with that determination and being driven, I would take courses, every course that I could find relative to business, I would take those courses. Even after graduating high school, because my parents could not send me to college, I would pay for my own college courses and take as many courses as possible. I've learned that through the years, these things were the reasons or were the causes of me really venturing out to achieve my dream and goal. The more you have to work for something, the more you have to strive for it, is the more that you will appreciate it. And I was just determined to become a business owner or to be in corporate world. Well, after several years of preparing educationally, I landed position and jobs that also added experience, added different nuggets under my belt. Therefore, one thing led to another. It also allowed me to become engaged with different people in different offices, and all of those experiences and all of those different places and different people were very vital to my role in business and also becoming a business owner. Even after moving to Gaston, Alabama, there were people who remembered my work and remembered me. And as they began to venture out in their business, they would call me asking for advice or my expertise in starting up a business or even in proper development, because after moving here, I also have
property management and development experience through the Greater Gaston Housing Authority. So this began, one thing led to another, and it began my journey in the field of business and property development. Everything that you experience, sometimes you feel that it's not good, or you wonder how that could really benefit you in your life. But everything that you experience has everything to do with where you're going. And I found that to be very true. Nothing is wasted. It all can play a part of your business. And so, or play a part of your dreams, should I say. And so, never become discouraged if something doesn't work exactly the way you plan, or if you feel life is not taking you where you want to go at that particular moment in time, because there's a purpose and there's a reason for it. Every experience prepared me for my place where I am now.
How you doing, Miss Sonia?
I'm good, thank you.
You're good. Okay, good. I just wanted to jump in here with you because I hear you talking about your experiences, et cetera, and I wanted to know if it was okay with you if I asked you a few questions.
Sure.
Okay, excellent. Because everything that you do and how you pouring back into the world, I think it's important that we share all of that with me. So tell me more about how you got started in your business, and what's the name of that business, and how you're working with people in the collective.
The name of my business is SMC Management Solutions. I began my business basically during the COVID pandemic. That when there was such a surge of small businesses or people wanting to start owning their businesses. And so many people were reaching out to me, and that caused me to wanting to go ahead, instead of doing just one particular business or having people to come to my home, I decided to go ahead and venture out into a full-time business. And therefore, it started SMC Management Solutions, and we became available to anyone who wanted to start up, or anyone existing or an existing business, to look into what was going on and see if I could assist them with their business. And so that's how SMC began. And
I love that you started that through. So it was your motivation through COVID to have you expand. That's what it sounds like. So
yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Oh, excellent. So when people, sorry, apologies. Go ahead.
Exactly. I've had and have over 20 some years experience in these areas, like I said, in business development and property development, but actually taking that risk and going out and venturing out into my own business. I played safe for a while, but and just decided to take that risk to go ahead and venture out. And I'm glad that I have, because it has allowed me to assist so many different people in ways that I probably wouldn't have been able to do had I not.
Absolutely. You said something really important. You said that you played it safe in the beginning. And so there must have been something that motivated you to expand. So the question is, people who may be in your shoes now, right? And they need to seek out your resources. What would be like your 2 to 3 top tips if they feeling like they're playing it safe and they need to, get to you the coach? What would be your 2 to 3 top tips you would share with them?
Well, one of the main tips is be ready to take that risk, knowing that life is all about risk. And don't be afraid of success or failure. Believe it or not, some people have anxiety of success as well as failure. And also counting up the cost, planning ahead, and just for myself, I've been planning this for so many years. So it wasn't an overnight thought and just jumped into it. I've been planning for years, and most people who are wanting to become business owners somewhere down the line, they have already had a glimpse or had a desire, or even perhaps even have their name, the name of their business. They already know what they want to do. Is having the courage to actually do it is the main thing, or it's been the drawback. And so having a plan, knowing where you want to go, having a dream, knowing what it is that you're trying to obtain, that gives you a goal. And then pursue it. Pursue it with all of your might. Pursue it with everything that you have.
I love that. I love that. And it sounds like, with your business, you're supporting individuals to bridge that gap, right? So they may have to, they come to you, but you're, you're knowledge. You support them to find that pathway.
Yes, I do. I'm actually bridging the gap with them through city resources, other businesses who've been established for a while who can provide their resources or even some type of education, their knowledge. Also, I'm assisting them through grant opportunities, helping them search for grant, apply for grants. So I'm basically providing any type of resource that will help them to get started and also hands-on support. I provide that hands-on support where they're able to, it's not just something that they're having to go online or on. A lot of people still want that hands-on support, and they want to know that they can see and touch that person, be able to walk in and speak with someone, to sit down, and we provide that type of consultation. We also allow them to contact us at any point in given time.
I really like that. I was about that. You answered my question because you're absolutely correct. Even though we're in a moving society is moving away with all this social media, et cetera, there's still a lot of people who, that sort of technology scares them. So to know that there's this way is actually really good. I'm sure for even some of the audience that's watching now. That is beautiful. So, Sonia, and can you tell us what is the best way for people to contact you if they are, if they have a dream, if they're in the dream, et cetera? What's the best way to get in contact with you and your colleagues in your business?
Sure. Yes, you can find me online, SM Management Solutions, or you can find me on social media, SMC Management Solutions. Then you can also call me. My toll-free number is 877-572-8281. And you can find me at extension 1001. My local number is 256-277-6905. So I can be found at any of those locations.
That is excellent. Thank you so much for sharing all that you do.
Yes.
Genius will come. You're welcome. And I'll see you on the other side.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. A beautiful soul. All right. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for the students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's somewhere on the screen. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors, and who are the NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, it's a mouthful, Step Management, the Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM Media, Mullane Shaney Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a
Dr. Eric Kelly III, and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta, and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Content creators, welcome to Fave Unite TV. Hey, are you struggling with having your content stand out from the crowd? Or is it that you're overshadowed by others who have more resources, followers, and influence? The good news is wherever we are, you are too. We help you grow your online presence and optimize your visibility, which gets you closer to your audience so you can build trust and loyalty. By using the power of our network, we help you build yours. Fave Unite is a powerful tool to connect you with your friends, followers, and fans. And when fans rule, everyone wins. Join us. Fave stands for Fans, Artists, and Venues. Submit your content today.
And then there were 12.
Okay.
And God spoke to me and said, I want you to do a calendar highlighting men. I want there to be men from all walks of life, not just entrepreneurs, not just CEOs of corporations. I want you to bring good fathers, good husbands, good teachers, good coaches, athletes, CEOs, entrepreneurs. I want you physicians, attorneys. Bring them together. They will formulate relationships that they never otherwise would have formulated because we tend to stay in our own circles. So I know what the vision is. I know my instructions. And that's why every year I stretch myself even further.
Five-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.fivestarbdm.com today to learn more.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Spiritual Teak, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next keynote speaker is Taria Hodge. Taria Hodge is the owner of Mayaba Consulting Services, and founder of Social Media Saturdays and Serve, Share and Shine, online platform committed to helping others, coaching, consultants, and thought leaders share their authentic message in the marketplace. Our commitment is to help you discover the brand story that reveals the lesson learned at times in your life where you found the courage to show up and shine. I present to you Taria Hodge.
All right. Good afternoon, Spiritual Teak. How are you?
Good afternoon, gorgeous soul. I am doing well. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Thank you. Are you struggling to grow your social media following despite your consistent effort? If that's you, I want to let you know I totally understand because I've been there before. Or perhaps maybe you lack proven strategies to help you attract your ideal audience and increase your engagements. Now, I know that this is one of the issues that's faced by many entrepreneurs. So if you can identify with any of those two questions and you answered yes, then this conversation is for you. Today, we're going to sit back and we're going to talk about 3 proven strategies to amplify your influence on social media. Now, how many of you feel frustrated with social media times? And it's okay. And if you feel frustrated, just go ahead, utilize the comments. I always like to know who's out there with me. Utilize the comments and let me know if social media has been an area of frustration for you. And like I said before, I totally get it. It's so easy for frustration to creep in and set in when you feel like your social media presence is stagnant or you are not getting the results that you desire. So whether this is on your business pages, no matter the platform that you're on, or perhaps even if you're in your community and you're running online communities, the lack of visibility and direction can take a toll on your confidence and your morale, leaving you to question your efforts and the way that you are doing things on social media. So this conversation is for you today if you are absolutely ready to shift gears and level up your presence online. This is for you whether you are a seasoned coach or consultant, or you even consider yourself a content creator, or you are just starting out on your journey. What I'm going to share with you today will help you take your online presence to the next level. But before we jump into it, I want to just go ahead and share a little bit of my backstory. So social media isn't something that's new to me. I've been in the social media space now for probably over 10 years. And I remember when I first started to take a look at social media, it was one of those things that a lot of people shied away from. And the reason why they shied away from it is because they thought social media was going to be a fad. It was going to be one of those things that popped up into the marketplace. And as soon as it popped up, it was going to disappear and fade away. And to a lot of people's surprise, social media is here to stay. And one of the things that I say all the time, and I encourage each and every single entrepreneur and business owner, if you have a business, then your business should have a social media component to it. It should have a social component to your business. So when I started to take a look at social media, I absolutely fell in love with the space. Number one, because it gave me the opportunity as a new entrepreneur, a small business owner, to take advantage of the opportunities that a lot of larger businesses had. You see, to me, social media became the level playing field. I had the opportunity to show up and what I call shine, just like other established businesses had the opportunity to do it. And I absolutely love this because as a new entrepreneur, I didn't have tens of thousands of dollars to invest in my marketing. So social media allowed me to market my business, get my products and service out into the marketplace, and do that on a relatively small budget. So I would say when I started out, the social media game was very easy, and I likened it to the numbers game. So how many of you have ever heard that, like you've likened social media to being the numbers game? And if not, this is what I'll share with you. You see, back in the day, 10 years ago, when I started out with social media, it was very easy for a business owner or entrepreneur, whether you're a coach or a consultant, to show up on social media and offer your products and services, whether you had an ebook. How many of you remember the days of the ebook? Maybe you've had a training, or it was an online program that you were offering, and you could position your products and services online. And because of the sheer numbers of people who were on social media platforms like Facebook, LinkedIn, just to name a few, you were guaranteed to have some success. And I'm going to tell you, I rode that wave and I enjoyed that wave. But I'm going to fast forward to probably about 7 years ago when things started to shift for me. And when I say things started to shift, I started to notice things like my engagement were going down on social media. The ease of which I could generate revenue on social media started to change. And I had to sit back and ask myself the pertinent question is, what happened? What changed on social media? And the biggest thing that I noticed is that there were more players in the game. There were more players on the field. So as social media became this thing where a lot more entrepreneurs, business owners realized that it's not going away and it's here to stay, more people started to enter into the social media realm and position their products, their services, in the online space. And so what that said to me is that I had to learn to do things differently. And as I started to unpack this in my business, what I realized is that I was actually starting at the very end of a process. So how many of you know that there's actually a process, to social media and a process to what I call social selling? And so no wonder my efforts weren't yielding the results, or they have stopped yielding the results that I desired, because you see, at the time I was just riding the wave of success, but not really paying attention that there's an actual process that would allow success to continue. So that's what we're going to spend some time talking a little bit about today. And so I'm going to go back to the beginning, or share with you my journey back to the beginning. And so one of the things that I've learned, like I said, there is a process. I was actually starting at the very end of the process, which is social selling. And so once again, we take a look at social media platforms, whether you are on Facebook, you're on LinkedIn, you're on TikTok. As business owners, one of the questions we always want to ask ourselves as we partake in these platforms, what's the revenue? What's the return on investment that we're going to get? And so a lot of times we look at the return on investment as money, but also your return on investment can be time as well. So the time, the energy, the money, the other resources that we're putting into social media platforms, are they allowing us to yield the desired results? And so as I started to look at this, one of the things that I've learned is that there are actually 5 stages that an entrepreneur, business owner need to go through that would allow them to have effective social media marketing. Okay. And so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to give a brief overview, of the 5 stages, but there's one particular stage that I want to pay attention on today. And so if you've never heard this, there's actually some things before you get to the social selling part on social media online. You actually need to implement active social listening. And social listening is one of the things, like I liken to putting your ear on the ground on these social media streets and gathering intel on your audience. Next, we have social influence. And social influence is all about how you show up as a resource in the marketplace and inspire your audience to action. And then social networking is all about how do you network and you collaborate with others to increase your footprint on social media or increase your online presence. And then once those 3 things happen, you have a very fertile environment for social selling to occur. But now it doesn't stop there. There's the 5th step, and the 5th step is social follow-up. And so a lot of times what I find people do is that they do a wonderful job in making online connections, but they fail to take their connections offline. But we're not going to dive too deep today into each of those 5 steps. There's one particular step today that I want to focus on because I think it's so important for us as the business owners to really understand that, or understand this step. And this step that we're talking about today is social influence. So before we jump into the things that I'm going to share with you today, let's take a minute to define social influence. So social influence is all about establishing your authority on social media through the distribution and the sharing of valuable content. In other words, simply put, it's all about how you show up in the marketplace as the expert. So as we take a look at social influence gives us the opportunity to do 3 specific things. And the first thing it allows you to do is be able to establish your authority in your niche. Because once again, we all want to be known for something. We want to be known for what we do in the marketplace and what we do in our business. And then also the second thing social influence will give you the opportunity to do is to be able to share valuable content to educate and engage your audience. And then lastly, social influence gives you the opportunity to influence decision-making through how you show up. Influence decision-making through your influence. Okay. And so we're going to specifically cover 3 things in our conversation today. So the first thing that I'm going to cover is the 3 things, as a coach or a consultant that you should be honing in on while you're on social media. And then secondly, I'm going to cover what you need to consider before you share content online. And then lastly, I'm going to share with you the secret to having more visibility online. So let's go ahead and jump right in. So the first thing that I want to really sit and have a great discussion around is the three things as a coach or a consultant that you should be honing in on when you are on social media. And I know for some of you, these things will just be a refresher. So meaning there are things that might not be new to you in hearing them, but the question always becomes, how well are we doing these things in our business? So the first thing that you should be considering or honing in on is your audience. And so a lot of times I see people kind of jumping over the importance of identifying who their people are on social media, or who are you speaking directly to on social media. So have you sat down and taken the time to understand and know exactly who your target audience is on social media? How do you hone in on your people? Now, I know this is one of the things, if you've ever taken a marketing class, Marketing 101, one of the things they encourage us to do is to take a look at who our ideal clients are. Okay. And a lot of times when we talk about our ideal client, we tend to stay in the range of the demographics. So are they male? Are they female? What is the age demographic? Are they 25 to 35, 35 to 45, 45 to 55? You get the picture. Where do they live? Is that if that's something important for you to know? Do they live in the suburbs? Are they urban cities? How many kids? What does the family structure look like? And I always joke all the time, because one of the things that I hear is the 2.5 kids. Now, I don't know about anyone out there. I have 3 whole kids, so I don't even know what a 0.5 of a kid is. Okay. But these are the things that we are taught to look at when it comes to identifying our people. Now, one of the things that I'm going to encourage everyone to do is to go a little bit deeper. Instead of just taking a look at the demographics, also take a look at the psychographics of your audience. Who are your people? And so when we talk about the psychographics, do you know how your people show up? Outside of their pain point, because that's one of the things that people always tell us in business. We are in the profession of solving problems. All right. So if you're a business owner, you know that that's what you do. You have a business when you solve problems. And so a lot of times we kind of key in to solely just the pain point, the things that people are struggling with. But can you take it a step further and go outside of the pain point and really understand, like, what is their desires? What are the transformation that they want to have happen, not only in their business, but also in their lives? Like, if you fix the one problem that your business solves for them, what's the effect that it has on other areas of their life and their business? Do you know what that is for them? Do you also know and understand how they communicate the problem? And so I had a very interesting conversation with another colleague of mine. And one of the things I celebrated her for is that she did an excellent job of doing some social listening, gathering intel. And so one of the questions she asked me pertaining to her business is, how does someone express their pain point? And she is a fear coach. So she helps other entrepreneurs get past fear and allow them to show up in their brilliance in their business and also in their lives. How cool is that, right? And one of the things that I said to her is, really stop and think about it. A lot of times, we think to ask the pain question or look at the pain points as, what would someone say? But be honest. Do we all walk around talking about we're in fear? No, nobody talks that way. And so I challenged her to go a little bit deeper. Look at the psychographics. As a result of fear, how does this person show up in the world? Can you go a little bit deeper and look at the behavioral patterns? Now, people will tell you, and you will be able to see and gather all of this intel on social media. So if you are in communities, you're active on social media, you not only have the opportunity to hear conversations, but you pay attention to behavioral patterns of your audience as well. And so it is our job to really hold in on who we are called to serve and understand things, not just the pain points or not just the demographics, but what are their behavioral patterns? What are their social patterns? You know, what all intel can we gather, from this person? And so that's the first thing that you want to hone in on. You want to be very, very clear on who you are talking to on social media, because this helps you show up in a certain way or in a different light on social media. And so we're going to get to that in a little bit. The second thing that I'm going to share with you that coaches and entrepreneurs need to pay attention to is platform. Okay. And now, why am I saying this? Pay attention to your platform and hone in on your platform. Is it just me? Or does anyone else out there feel like there are new social media sites that are popping up like every Monday morning? I know for one, I have a tendency to kind of get overwhelmed with everything that's going on in the social media world. And so one of the things that I usually share is that, pick one or two platforms, okay? And the way how you pick the platform that you're going to hang your hat on is not by choosing the platform that you like or the one that you are most comfortable with. It's by choosing that platform where your people are on. So do you know where your people are hanging out? Are they hanging out on LinkedIn? Are they on YouTube? Are they on Instagram? Are they on Facebook? Are they on TikTok? Okay. Once you know and have identified where your people are hanging out, that's where I encourage you to go ahead and establish your presence and build a strong strategy around that platform. Okay. And then the third thing, when it comes to honing in, I want you to stop it for a second and take a look at your message, your communication. And like I said, you're connecting conversations that you're having online. And so I no longer say content anymore. I liken them to connecting conversation. So are you clear in your messaging? Are you clear as to what it is you do in your business? Or like how I like to say, are you clear in how you serve in your business? Okay. So when people encounter you online, do they know this is how you can help them in their business? So those are the three things. If you, like I said, I know you've probably heard these things before, but it's all about how well are we doing these things, or how can we get better to do those things? Okay. And so the next thing that I want to talk about is one of the first things you should consider before you share your content online. Okay. So the first thing when you are about to share any type of content online, before you start typing, before you hit the send button, ask yourself the question, what is the purpose of your content? And so what do I mean by this? Now, I know there's a lot of pressure when you are managing your social media platforms. And one of the things we all come to understand is that social media likes content. Social media is fueled by content. And so with that, there's pressure, and the pressure comes on showing up consistently on social media. And so a lot of times in our haste to have a consistent presence on social media, what we have a tendency to do sometimes is just put content out there and not really understanding or knowing the purpose behind our content. And this is where your planning comes in. And so this is one of the things that I encourage encourage all of my clients, colleagues, to do is to know the purpose of your content. Do you know what cycle you are in your business? And so are you in the awareness cycle where you are creating brand awareness and you are creating connections in your business? Are you going into a nurture cycle? Are you in a promotional cycle? What cycle are you in? And then as you know what cycle you're in your business, based on the goals that you are achieving in your business or you want to achieve in your business, then you have the opportunity to sit and better plan your content. And so as you write your content calendar, maybe you're creating your calendar for the month. Take a look and ask yourself the question, what is the purpose? What is it that I want to achieve on this month on social media? What's the return on investment am I looking for? And so is it that I am increasing awareness for my brand? Is it that I'm looking to increase engagement? Or am I actually in a promotional cycle where I have a product or a service that I'm offering and I can measure that based on the results of the sales that I get? So knowing the purpose of the content, number one, is the first thing. And then once you understand and know the purpose of your content, then it allows you to create with intention. And so that's one of the things that I want everyone to walk away with and get today. As you sit down and you take a look at your social media, your content, your connecting conversations that you're having out there in the marketplace, how can we get better, or how can you get better at creating with intention? And the third thing that I am going to share with you today is the number one thing that most entrepreneurs, most consultants, have, on their mind. And it's all about, how do I increase my visibility? And I have to say this is why platforms like the Black Business Olympics exist, because I'm going to hang my hat and say that each and every single one of us who are participating in this platform, that's the one thing that we all want to do. We all want to have the ability to go ahead and increase our visibility, increase our footprint along our social media or our online presence. And so when it comes to increasing your visibility, one of the biggest things that you could start to take a look at is, how well are you collaborating with others? And I have to say, this is one of the biggest strategies that you can look at in your business as far as amplifying your influence. Okay. So when it comes to collaboration, I'm going to spend some time to break this down for you for just a second. And so I'm going to ask the question, how many of you know who your top 5 influencers are? And as a matter of fact, I'm just going to back it up for a second. And I'm going to ask, because I didn't ask it before. It's like, how do you define influence? I know I gave my definition of influence, but how do you define influence? And do you actually see yourself as a person of influence? Okay. And so as we take a look at this, who are your top 5 influencers? And I know, I'll share another quick story. I've had the opportunity to speak to a client, and it was a breakthrough moment for her. You see, for her, in her mind, she thought influencers were only the people that show up, on social media with the perfect curated profiles. They have billions of followers and everything looks perfect in their world. And I kind of had to shift her for a moment and share with her, you too, my dear, are an influencer, meaning you have the ability to inspire action from people. You have the ability to show up in such a way that would allow others to take the desired actions that you would like them to take. Okay. And so when I ask the question, who are your top 5 influencers? I'm not talking just about the big influencers. I'm talking about the people that we know and we have in our space, the people who serve the people that we also serve. And when I say the people that serve the people that we also serve, I'm not talking about the people that do the same things that you do. If you're a financial advisor, who's the next financial advisor? No, I'm talking about who are the people that, as a financial advisor, also serve your people in different facets. And then once you have identified who those people are, how well are you creating opportunities to, number one, network, and then also build relationships with those people that they would allow you to increase your footprint on social media. Okay. So if you have not thought about that question before in identifying your top 5 influencers, people who have your audience of people, that's one of the things that I'm going to encourage you to do today. Start to identify a list of people who serve the people that you desire to serve in the marketplace. Okay. And then under increasing more visibility, one of the things that you always want to keep in mind is to show up as a resource. And so I say this all the time. Things have shifted on social media. So social media is no longer the place where we show up to hawk our wares, as I call it, meaning that when we have a product or service to offer, we show up on social media solely just to promote. And then when our promotional season or promotional cycle is done, people don't hear from us, and then we just kind of go dark until the next thing that we have to promote. And so I'm going to say it's all about showing up as a resource. So one of the things that I always say, and I'm not saying that social media is not the place for you to position your products and services. So I just want to go ahead and get that straight. It is a perfect place for you to do that, but it's how you do it. So one of the shifts that I encourage everyone to do is take a look at social media, not as a selling tool, but look at social media as a serving tool. And how can you use social media to show up as a resource? Okay. And when I say show up as a resource, are you the household name in your particular field? Are you the household name for your audience? Whatever it is that you solve in your business, when people have that problem, does your name automatically pop up? And that's the thing that you want to go for. You want to be able to show up as a resource. And how do you show up as a resource online? Is by serving. And you serve through your content. And how do you serve through your content? You absolutely give value. So as you share, as you show up, every piece of content that you share should have value attached to it. And it goes back to what I said before. So as you sit down and you plan your content, are you being intentional with your content? Can you show up as a resource? Are you showing up and adding value every time someone comes across a post or a video that you do on social media? And then the third thing under increasing your visibility is collaboration. And when we actively collaborate with others, this gives us the opportunity to have our value add dispersed amongst more people. And so what does this look like? This can look like you being a guest on platforms like the Black Business Olympics. It could be you appearing or hosting your own events, whether it's, a webinar that you're doing, whether it's a Facebook Live or some type of live stream that you're doing. How well are you seeking opportunities to be a guest on someone's platform? And then also, how well are you opening up your platform to allow others to come in? Okay. And like I said, it's done through podcasts. How well are you seeking out podcasting opportunities? How well are you seeking out opportunities to do webinars and not just host your webinars, but be a guest on other people's webinars or giving opportunities for others to come in on your webinars as well? Because once again, it is not just about us. Okay. And we sometimes get locked in to the mode of thinking about all the things that we want to achieve in our business, because of course we have our goals. But stop and pause for a moment and think about your audience. And your audience should always be top of mind. And the question should always be, how can I serve my audience today? And so as we take a look at those three specific areas, those are the key strategies that you can use to help you amplify your influence in the marketplace. And so as we get ready to wrap it up, one of the things that I'm going to leave you with is your journey to social media success begins with a single step, but the path is illuminated by clarity. So remember, before you can shine on social media, you must first align your strategies with intention. So start with clarity, offer value, and embrace collaboration. Amplify your influence and attract your divine clients. And so with that being said, I am going to open it up for any questions. Okay.
Hi, Sharia. How are you?
Hi, Teek. How are you?
Oh my goodness, you just filled me with so much joy. Listening to your presentation, I was like, yes, yes, yes. When you put something out in the world, and I thought, oh, I really need to sit down with someone that has a lot more insight into this whole topic. And then here you come talking about social media strategy and giving the tips and tools that will help someone excel to where they want to be. So I have a couple questions, if you don't mind, before I let you go. So in terms of individuals who you're working with, I mean, are you open to work with where the people are at the beginning stages of their journey, or have a huge following, or I think I heard someone say the other day, a micro influencer, and I was going, oh, okay. Talk a little bit more about how you would support people at different stages of their journey.
Yeah, so that's a very good question, and thank you for that. And so, I have a love for the people who are just trying to get it right. So whether you are out there, like I said, and you're just starting your business and you're taking a look at social media and you are asking the questions, what do I do on here? Because I feel a lot of people get stuck right there. Like, what do I do, on here to really make it work? How can I not make that misstep? I'm new in business. I have no clue what to do on here. And so, yes, I do work with those individuals that say, I'm starting my business, or I've been on the journey for a little while. Now I'm in the beginning stages of establishing my social media presence. How do you do that? Mm-hmm. And then you have others who have been on social media for quite some time and, experienced the same, issue I had. Like I said, I started off back in the beginning where, things were easy. You had a $10, ebook and you were in the money back then, and things have shifted. And so people also come to me for a revamping of the strategies. Okay. So maybe they're looking to grow their business in another way. They're looking at different things that they do. So what are the strategies that you can put in place that would always align with your business goals? Okay. So whether you are, like I said before at the top, whether you are a new person, in business, or you're seasoned, it's all about looking at what does that social component for your business look like, and then what are the strategies that you can implement that would allow you to hit your goals. So great question.
No, that is absolutely beautiful, because I connect with beautiful souls all the time, and I have my platforms as well. And so this is why this was very fruitful for me too, listening to it. And it's good to know that you're supporting people in the beginning where it might feel like a little bit more, anxiety, because it can be overwhelming, all these different platforms. I think I get lost in all the different platforms myself. But equally, I love that how you are able to support people to scale, or do that facelift, revamp from where they are, but still keeping that authentic message. And I think that's the key anyway, because I think I loved your question when you said, well, what is your purpose for whatever you're about to put out? What is your purpose for putting it out? And that is so key. That is so key. So before I let you go, please dive into, I've already taken your details, so but please how everyone that's watching can find you, the best way you will want them to connect with you. Let us know your purpose channel.
Yeah. So one of the best ways you could connect with me, I could be found on I shouldn't say all social media platforms, because definitely not all, but Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, I am Turia Hodge. And so if you just search my name, you will find me. The place that I enjoy hanging my hat is on Facebook. That's where my community is. And the name of the community is called Storytelling for Super Achievers. And I would like to offer the audience today a gift. And so one of the things that I have the opportunity to do in the vein of collaboration, I have the opportunity to collaborate with Suzanne Hart, and she is speaking and storytelling from a mindset perspective, right? And it's one of the things that I found paired so well with social media, because it's all about how do we show up online, how do we show up as influencers and attract those people. So I no longer tell people it's about finding your clients, because I think we've all heard that, right? But it's about for us how we show up in such a way that we attract our people, our divine people to us. And so I would love to invite the listeners of the Black Business Olympics to join us on our Unleash the Power of Your Story Masterclass. And so I will drop the link in the chat, and that's utpmasterclass.com. I have to remember it for a second. So it's UTP for Unleash the Power Masterclass.com. And that's happening on May the 17th, and it's May the 16th, and it's a free masterclass. So I'll put the link on there.
That is amazing, Turia. It's been a pleasure having you here on the Black Business Network, and I'm sure we'll be collaborating and speaking soon. Have a beautiful, blessed day.
All right.
Jesus is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right. Thank you.
The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or kindergarten through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo was a fundraiser for students. You may go to the www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's somewhere on the screen. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students, and students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors, the NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, the Hello LLCC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM Media, Mullane Shawnee Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artist App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement. I love the lead inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Oregon's it's a beautiful state, and we've talked before this. And I came from California originally, so it's golden hills compared to lush green forest. So it's a beautiful state. It's very beautiful. Understand how to take your what you know in the real world as a human and what you know about your business. And you need to marry that with the algorithm. You need to combine human with machine learning. I was always attracted to the psychology, behind digital marketing and why do people do the things they do. But then it's quantifiable, right? So then you can attach revenue to it, right? And it's like, well, if I can understand and get to the mind of different segmentations, then I can start to show them things that will get them to buy the product that I'm trying to show. And to me, that's just fascinating. That is amazing that you can do that.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways. The strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training. Master classes led by African industry execs and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity an opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions, and now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something, and everyone has a fan base.
Artistry is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons that I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. They kind of dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Spiritual T, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Dr. Stephanie Audrey. Dr. Stephanie Audrey is the founder and CEO of Zenoverse Wellness Group, a global wellness organization formed to deliver wellness 1 week at a time through its meta spa hotels strategically located across the Caribbean, the United Kingdom, France, and Africa. Current locations are in Jamaica and the UK, and African markets opening soon. Her firm is also in the farming space and offering food as medicine, perishable, non-perishable meal kits, tinctures, tonics, supporting the various wellness protocols. Dr. Audrey codified her wellness delivery model as WAS, Wellness as a Service Solution. Zenoverse Wellness Group is a timely concept that was initially conceived when Audrey was just 14 years young. She imagined a wellness center later while working in the hospitality industry for the Claremont Resort Hotel. She was on the marketing team, and when they rebranded the property after investing over $1 million to launch what was then a new concept, spas at hotels. I present to you Dr. Stephanie Audrey.
Hi, greetings.
Hi, greetings, beautiful soul. I'm so excited that I get to interview you in this fireside chat. How are you?
I'm wonderful. And how are you today?
I'm very, very good. Well, it's my evening, so I'm over here in London.
Okay, well, fantastic. Even better.
Absolutely. So is it okay if I address you as Dr. Stephanie Audrey? Is that all right?
Yeah, Dr. Steph for short. We can go with that. That's fine.
Okay. Cool beans. Thank you so much, Dr. Steph. Well, it's loads of questions that I have for you, and I get super excited because I have a deep understanding of wellness, and I'm just excited to see what you've been doing all over the world. And so for the people that's watching right now and the people that will catch it in a replay, can you first just tell us a bit more about what is Zenoverse Wellness Group and what was the vision behind it?
Absolutely. So Zenoverse was our decision to both make sure that we were meta ready, ready to exist both in the physical and the digital world. So creating an organization that would not only be timely in its physical presence, but be able to translate that into virtual spaces and how we show up in all of those particular environments. So thinking forward always. But when I looked at the idea of wellness, what I realized is I was really first introduced to this idea of wellness at 9. It was my mother who made this big declaration. We had just bought our home, and she decided that now that she was responsible for cooking, she was going to teach me how to cook differently than she experienced. And so she set a clear intention that she did not want me to have any lifestyle chronic illnesses. So she bought 2 books. My school was having a elementary book sale, and she bought a book called Back to Eden, and she bought a soul food cookbook. But that's really where, for me, the idea began.
I love that. Intention is everything. You're speaking my language. Definitely. So right back from when you were young, having that instilled inside of you has been sort of the foundation to this. So that inspiration then led you to get to Medi Spa Hotels, TM, and expand your wellness across multiple countries. Can you tell us a bit more about that global expansion?
Absolutely. So it began, I knew I wanted to be an international business tycoon. Again, around 9, 10, I used to play business as an only child. So you know how you can be a little bit needing to occupy your time. And so at that time, my business consisted of, my dolls were my customers. I knew Tinky but by touch before I knew what that meant. I had every form that I could find from my mom, from her Mary Kay business to real estate forms. And on one particular Saturday, we were out shopping, and I realized that my business needed credit cards. So it was my determination. I taken a credit card application, and so I was now going to make credit cards for my business. And I took these index cards, covered them with her photo album refills, pin pricked every letter and number so that I could, because I'm aging myself now. On those days, you could get an imprint, and that's how you completed a credit card transaction. So right when I perfected my credit cards, my mother comes in the room with that high pitched, "What are you doing?" And so when you question, think fast, right? Because the answer is going to determine what happens next. So I paused for a second and I looked at my mom and I said, "Mommy, I know who I'm going to be." And so she kind of let out a nervous laugh and she looks at me and she's like, "Who?" I said, "I'm going to be an international business tycoon." So
Wow.
she just kind of released it and then she said, "Tell me more." And I
Wow.
think that was the most brilliant thing because believe it or not, I actually had a vision. I said, "Mommy, I see myself. I'm in the boardroom. Everybody's paying attention. The San Francisco Bay Bridge is out the back window. Like I could see it. I'm wearing a navy blue pinstripe suit. Like I could see all of those details."
Wow.
And didn't think about it again until I was being interviewed for a television show at 20, right when I was sort of contemplating the next levels of my company. And at that point, I'd already started an international version of my company. I hadn't expanded yet, but I was on my way to my first level of expansions, which first allowed me to have 5 market locations. And then later, I did a JV where I ended up with 8 market locations. And so I've sort of been building over the course of my career to be ready to go international. But, it's been like this vision. And that's why I tell people it's so important to recognize the vision and to create it in colors for yourself. And so I became a fan of vision boards and, journaling, making my plans. But that's really where the seed was planted.
Oh my goodness, Dr. Steph, I think my cheeks are we just got started. And I'm like, the smile is so big. I think you're tapping into my inner child. I'm like, yes. I'm telling myself, oh my God, but this is good. This is very, very good because it's so inspirational to hear you talk about how that seed was in that vision for, being a young child. But what I really love was that connection between you and mom and how she paused and said, "Tell me more." And then she poured into you. And then that just blossomed, this seemed into, I'm going to say that was the beginning or the foundation. And then it's blossomed to where you are today. And that gets me to the question of, Zeniverse, the wellness group, like how would you say it differentiates itself from other wellness group organizations on the market or just around the world? How would you say it's different?
So so now wellness has become a big thing. Expected to reach just under $700 billion in the next couple of years globally. I originally started looking at wellness resorts in Europe because what I realized about a decade plus ago when I wanted to do a deeper dive was that there were plenty of wellness resorts and treatment protocols that existed. But what I noticed is it wasn't really an Americanized kind of thing. Definitely wealthy or culturally focused rules tended to lean in to those types of places more so. So really the journey kind of happened with a pivot. I started off in advertising, marketing communications, where I had an opportunity to advise Fortune 500s. After my experience with Claremont Resort, I ended up being an advisor to Hyatt, Park, Oakland, and some of these other hospitality brands and assets, as well as a young entrepreneur, I was asked to give a keynote address. I remember for the National Conference of Black Mayors. And again, I couldn't have been more than 22 at the time. And so after that, each of the mayors invited me to their various cities to give them advice on economic development opportunities. And so again, from a strategic point, I could see opportunities. We would talk about entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial opportunities. We were doing incubators and accelerators again before that became a thing again. But it was at that time that I noticed is every time I gave a recommendation, somehow or another, the real estate developers would come in and make money. And I couldn't figure out how they got paid, but they were making money. I'm like, that was my idea.
Right.
My idea. How are they making money? So really what happened was sort of a good thing and a bad thing. In that the bad thing was suddenly I lost my mom after my 30th birthday. She took a nap. She was only 48 at the time and died from a brain aneurysm. That was my, heartbreak, devastation. I say I hit the wall. I hit that fork in the road. But what I decided was that I was going to bring the rest of her life to life. And I was going to go ahead and take the leap and leave advertising and start all over in real estate development. And that's what I did. And so now I spent the last, 2.5 decades of my career in real estate development. And thankfully, I began my career. I had the vision about mixed use and other types of uses. So I started the career there. What made me create the Medi Spa Tales as a concept was about 15 years ago. I was speaking to some hotel developers. In fact, the brother that developed the largest Marriott in DC, and we were looking at franchise opportunities. But me being a strategist, I already knew that I wasn't so interested in just somebody else's franchise, to be honest. So I had this opportunity to speak and say, hey, what do you think about this idea? And he said, you need to develop your idea. Well, that's great, but typically my smallest development project is about $150 million project.
Mhm.
I figured by wellness, Medi Spa tells I needed about $500 million. So, when you're coming out from the beginning, people are looking at you like, we don't know anybody like you that's received a check that big. How are you going to do this and all of those things? But that's really what said that, listen, I'm about branding. I'm about creating intellectual property and assets. And I'm about blending my real estate knowledge with my market knowledge, my business knowledge, and understanding global markets. So I have basically framed us as the Marriott for wellness in a sense. So when you look at Marriott owns several brands that are similar to my first three brands. The W is like my 420 wellness brands. The Four Seasons would compare to my Amani Haba brand. And my luxury, ultra luxury brand, Turquoise, is similar to the St. Regis or the Ritz-Carlton. So because again, of understanding these markets and understanding the business opportunities, really looked for an opportunity to distinguish ourselves. And it's not just about our physical properties, because you can go to any spa, you can go to many hotels, they'll have a spa, they'll have a gym. It's the same old humdrum, boring. They feed you the bad rubber chicken, so you leave there and you're sicker than when you arrived. So basically, I said I was going to fix all of those things.
Okay.
Very deliberate. So we focus on mind, body, and soul healing. Yes.
Yes, I love that. I love that. And I love the way that because anyone that you take us through the journey, because I really feel I'm very visual. So I felt the story along with you. And so it really is inspiring and empowering for anyone that is watching, because what you're doing, what you're saying is that how you're evidencing how things are transferable, your skills, and then how that can pour into whatever it is you want to expand in your dream. And it sounds very much so solid that what sets you apart is, everyone needs healing whether they know or not, right? And so it sounds like you got that formula locked in. So we're talking about healing. What wellness protocols do your organization offer? And how do they contribute to the overall well-being? Because we're already tapped into that.
Absolutely. And it's an excellent question. And so the first thing that we do is when you book your wellness retreat, and it's 7 days. So when Dr. Oliver, and since you said you're in London, you probably have heard of Dr. Aubrey Oliver, because he has a practice there as well, and is on UK Galaxy Radio, broadcasting around the world on a regular basis. So when we combined our visions around what we wanted to do with treatment protocols, really looked at, I said, well, what's the minimum amount of time that we could have someone and really make a difference in their well-being? So we established that would be about, a 7-day, 6-night kind of program. And so in that, what we do is we conduct an assessment. And so this assessment is a simple, invasive assessment, but it's thorough. So when I first participated in my assessment, about a 40-something page document, but it gave me an overview of how each of my organs were doing. And more importantly, it provided me with insight on things that the doctor hadn't identified, like my brain was being poisoned by hair dye and excessive cortisol secretions, and that I really needed to do a complete detox, a detox that would detox not only my brain, but every organ in my body that potentially would be compromised. But that it was really important to zero in on gut health.
Yes.
And so once we establish, so we focus on, when we say mind, we're focusing on thought leadership around helping you heal from emotional trauma, because that cortisol, and even current statistics telling me that, for example, women around the world don't know it, but oftentimes are suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. And then that coupled with the stressors of hormonal changes and hormonal imbalances. And so we see it as I travel, and I see more and more women advancing in their careers and their lives. Sadly, they're carrying such heavy burdens and not realizing that if you're constantly sewing into everyone else, you're going to become depleted. Where do you go to get a refill? And it's not a 5-minute. Yes, you should take those 5-minute moments, but you really do need to do something a little bit more solid, more focused. You know, I spent one weekend where I did a test where I did a weekend in silence. And it was such a healing gift. It's such a healing gift to hear. And that's really kind of where we go. So we say mind, body, and soul. And so when we're really doing that deep soul work, being able to quiet yourself so that you can hear your ancestral assignments clearly. And you can only do that when you take care of the first two. If you take care of your mind and you take care of your gut, that body part of your well-being, then it begins to create the space for you to then have the capacity to then address your soul assignments. And it helps to have a tribe of other like-minded individuals that you don't have to explain your why in terms of why this would be important. It's important for them as well. Then you can deal with, now my personal why is about X, and you have a whole crew of folks saying, yes, you can do it. Let's go forward. Let's do it. You know, that's what I've envisioned, and that's what's important about the protocol.
I love it. I love it. Again, you're speaking my language. I understand everything that you are sharing, and the true authenticity of sharing that, especially when you gave the example about women, and the changes and the hormonal changes in the body and how that impact, and just trauma in general, you know, people not having a deeper understanding of trauma on all levels, whether it's acute or chronic. So I'm enjoying that how you guys are supporting people. And I just wanted to ask a sort of follow-up question before I move on, because I'm so excited. I have so many questions. I'm so excited. But when you talked about having, the detox and having a scan, right? So I'm just curious because I know a little bit about a little bit when it comes to that, right? And so is that like I've heard of bioscans. Is that the sort of technology where it's reading the electromagnetic energy of the body? Yeah, okay.
Yes. So you're getting So you're getting that insight again in a non-invasive form because people are like, oh, do we have to give blood? I'm like, no, you don't have to give blood. We don't have to take on any invasive type protocols to establish your baseline. And oftentimes, again, we encourage people before, even when they book their trip, we'll do a virtual assessment with the wellness team just to discuss, do you have any particular elements that you might be concerned about? Again, you can be healthy. You don't have to have an ailment that you're concerned about to book your wellness. It might just be that you want to come and get away and see what we're all about. Our tagline is escape, evolve, elevate. So you just may need to escape. You want to evolve and you want to elevate. We got you.
I love that. And it's nothing. It's like driving a car. A car requires a tune-up. Your body requires a tune-up. So escape, evolve, and elevate. I absolutely love that. So that gets me. I enjoy saying WAS. So can you explain that concept of wellness as a service solution?
Yes, that's that's a little techie in me, right? Because I'm like, they're selling SaaS and all this other stuff. So I said, well, let me speak to my tech folks in a way that they can understand. This is really a WAS. And so what I mean by that is that I really created a methodology, and there is technology that goes along with our solution. So when you become a member by being a guest, we are going to assist you by creating an opportunity for you to have a wellness vault where you can include your historical medical records, as well as you will have a record of all of the various treatment protocols. You'll have a record of all of our resorts that you've visited, all of our products that you've consumed, and then we'll both activate that with our AI so that we can notice any particular patterns, so that we can be predictive and preventative. We don't do sick care.
Hello.
We believe in wellness.
Exactly.
So we can see markers that indicate that something might be coming along. Perhaps you're taking, prescriptions or something that may conflict. Perhaps something has happened that's caused a spike, a change, an increase of your stress level. Being able to identify and remind you with other opportunities, and more importantly, really having a place where you may come for once a week or 1 week a year, but we have virtual trainings happening around the world. So you want to take a class, well, you can take that class virtually. You want to listen to a cooking or food show or learn about herbs or something that we're offering, we'll have that content available. And all of those things will be available in our NFT. So again, the little techie in me said it's about having a methodology, and it's about being able to ensure that that particular methodology is both something that you can adopt, something that you can track, and then something that you can maintain and keep track of your progress. Again, because we believe that full life is 120 years and beyond. So we want you to be able to track, you know, how you're going on that journey and be able to prove that not only if you set that intention that it's doable, it's feasible, but you have a team of folks that are rooting you on.
I love that. I love, and it's so important, you know, because like here in the UK, when they have like the red book when the kids are born, and you know the health visitors come and visit. So this is your WISE book, you know. So you
Yes.
to be able to monitor that, and you be able to support them along that journey. I think this is beautiful, and it gets me into. So we talked about the mind, and we talked about the body and the differences, but also with the body. So what is your take on food, and what do you think the role that food plays in the wellness protocols and people's wellness journey, and how does your farming initiative support these efforts?
Absolutely. Now, this is something that's become very critical and very concerning. Sadly, again, I'm in the U.S., and the U.S. market really allows all types of ingredients from a consumer standpoint to be added into the foods and the products and the supplements and the pharmaceuticals and all of those things that people are consuming. Unfortunately, those things that you're consuming, if the ingredients are bad, you know, it's kind of like when we talk about computers building, I used to say building a database. If you put junk in, you're going to get junk out. It's the same thing, you know, and what I have really witnessed is that Western medicine has definitely a place. You know, you have an emergency, you're in a car accident, so on and so forth. You have an emergency rupture of an organ or something. It absolutely is valuable and important. But where I see sort of an overreach is where there are lifestyle preventative type chronic conditions that can be addressed. And more importantly, when you see people who have already begun to develop some of these conditions, like I have talked to people with different, I have a family member who survived 9 heart attacks, bless his soul. And I, you know, I wonder, it's like, well, have you received any kind of nutritional guidance? And it's no, they're just cutting, they're adding another stent, you know, they broke my, you know, it's like, wow, we can really address this. And so it really was being introduced. I remember stumbling across Dr. Grundy, who used to be a heart surgeon, and really his transition into nutrition. And so again, and all of these things are now beginning to come up and surface. But here's the thing. I remember the first time I thought I had done pretty well with selecting my supplement And I showed Dr. Oliver, here's what I'm taking. And literally we threw out pretty much everything that I had on the shelf, because by the time you get to ingredient number 3 or 4, that's the poison.
Absolutely. 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 Come on, tell the truth. Yes.
That's the poison. And so then the other part was that, Bill Gates and others with their so-called initiatives. Again, I always believe in, my mom said, follow the money and read between the lines. So it became really odd when I noticed that why would his organization be buying up all of the farms around the world, and in fact even pushing farmers out of the industry? And what's with all this GMO and seedless stuff? If the doesn't have seeds, how was it created? How is it sustainable? And so I'm like, I don't want to be used for experiments, but that's exactly what it is. And I think that it's amazing to me sometimes that my body just rejects anything. I remember when they first started introducing artificial sweeteners, like everybody else, I guess I didn't know it was any big deal. I tried one in the little pink package, and my body threw it up right away. And I was like, okay, I'm one and done. And I'm reading the ingredients, and I'm like, that's why I didn't need to do this anyway. So avoid. I don't want any food. But again, high fructose corn syrup, all of these rename it as soon as people become aware of the poison that it is. So with our initiatives, I began to, as I set up our locations, I said we need to be located on either organic farms or beachfront properties. An organic farm, so that we can control from seeds to souls what it is you're consuming, and be able to certify with a level of certainty that we are not allowing poison to be part of our process. And so that's really why. And so with that, I began to look and say, well, if I'm going to create this opportunity, we need to have global access to these types of fruits and vegetables and foods. And so I created this initiative, Organic Farmers Global, which will be launching a release this week, because we have identified ways to help to mechanize farmers that don't have access to equipment. My mission is to train and develop 10 million farmers over the next decade around the world, and to move them from just being at the earliest stage of the business cycle, where they're just providing the raw ingredients that then become more valuable further upstream. I'm literally aiming to help them create generational wealth and sustainable businesses and family organizations. So bringing in the background where I've trained thousands and thousands of entrepreneurs over the years on business structures and systems and processes. I'm a Lean Six Sigma black belt, so that means I can walk into any organization and improve its processes. So not only do I personally have tools and skills and techniques, I put together a team of 8 players that have deep domain knowledge across the sectors that are important, but more importantly, about how we deliver our solutions, organizations, businesses. And I felt from the beginning, as someone interviewed me when I was 18 with the business, and they said, well, what are you going to do as your causes and initiatives? And I said, I was going to do things to help kids and to seniors. And I was to make sure that I always had a social impact initiative. And so even when I took time to spend time in the corporate world where I was an executive developing, again, my expertise as a real estate developer, so that I qualified when it came to this point, I spent all of that time training and developing entrepreneurs. So I always had, on a parallel path, a give back initiative. So I'm not just talking about it as the young people say, I got the receipts.
You got exactly. You got plenty of receipts, and you know what? I'm looking at the time. I'm like, oh my god, we could be on here for hours. But I have 2 relevant questions for everyone. Pause that for a second and just hone in and recap what you were saying about food, because it was so potent and so powerful, because you're talking about wellness. And what you're saying is getting, I think you said seed. I heard soul. You might have said, okay, so
it's souls.
Souls. And to me, that resonates so well. And for everyone out there watching and catching the replay, what you are saying at a very baseline is that's your route to health, is how you feed the body. And I've heard you say about the ingredients. You get to ingredient number 3 and it ain't, it's not for you. And that authenticity, that truth, even your own journey, I think is inspirational, sharing that as well, because, people get into routine about what life is, right? Or into a trend. And in actuality, when you have preventable things, as you were saying, it's when you see people are passing away because of preventable diseases, this is why even your initiative is even more important. Just my observation from that. But thank you for that, for sure. So that brings me into, though, just for someone that's been on your journey with so much knowledge, so many connections in terms of how you've been bridging the gap from your marketing to the real estate, etc. For anyone on a wellness journey or on a business journey, I mean, what would you say were some of your challenges and sort of that they should look out for to help you excel? Feel forward.
It's some of the same things that tend to come up. I've found myself being the first in many organizations. So when I was the first Black person in an executive position in every organization that I've ever entered, it seems, sadly. And that place of coming in with a certain level of excellence, just that, because that's who I was, early on, before I had all of the so-called advanced credentials. I was excellent at 18 when I went on contract with the California State Library Association right out of high school. So I've been excellent for a long time. I had people evaluating me early, going, well, you don't have this degree, you don't have that degree, but I'm advising you. How about that? But if you need me to get it, no problem, I'll get it. So it was that people would always try to find what they feel is missing and create that as the reason rather than focus on the solution and the outcome. So early on, I started documenting my journey by keeping a spreadsheet of the financial value that I made. So my stage name is Dr. Money. Not only because I have a DBA with an emphasis on venture capital, which is money, Dr. Money, but because I looked at every organization that I touched and the money that I saved for every organization. And like you said, I kept a track record of those things because that's what kept me in those doors once I entered those environments and had to deal with all of the other politics and all of those other things. And so now, as I'm out on the world raising capital, people are sort of gloss over when I said, well, my seed raise is $100 million. And they're kind of looking at me like you have the audacity. I'm like, listen, $150 million, $100 million is smaller than what it would take for me to build one project, and I'm buying 8.
Right.
Clearly, there's a genius in what it is that I'm talking about. And if you look at this value of this portfolio and the IP, the way that I put it together, that 100 million is a multi-billion-dollar organization, global organization. Not guessing, valuation there to support it. So, again, but they're like, well, we're not used to anybody that looks like you talking about this. I said, but I have not just, as they say, the credentials, I have the experience.
The experience. Absolutely, Dr. Steph. Oh my God, we don't have enough time, but hold on. Because you're getting into an area as well that I would love to dive deep. So you definitely have to come back again because there's so much knowledge with you and it's such an inspiration. But when we get into, being a person of color and how you are moving through business and what that means and the challenges, it's just inspirational to hear your story, and how you document it and continued, because there would have been those challenges there. And so, no, thank you for sharing that. I really, really appreciate it. And I think, with all these projects you have going, right? So how do people, well, it's going to be a multi-layered question. How do they get involved? How do they find you? How would they get on the retreats? What's the best way to get it, even if they want to be trained or want to go into farm? You have so many different avenues for people to contact. What would be the quickest way to start?
So I would send them to 420. It's www.420wellnessjamaica.com. You can start there, and that's where you can identify, us, get a little overview of the initial organizations that are opening, and get on our email list. We'll be putting information through that location. The Organic Farmers Global is organicfarmersglobal.com. So between those two locations, if you're interested, if you're a farmer and you're looking to find resources and how you can have assistance with growing your production, if you have equipment that you'd like to learn about monetizing, that would be the location to find your way as part of that particular initiative. So 420 Wellness Jamaica. I want you to book your wellness week. And then if it is that you're interested in the global farming, Organic Farmers Global.
That is absolutely amazing. And do you do any form of coaching yourself? Do you coach businesses or individuals, entrepreneurs?
Yes, I am beginning to accept very limited clients. You got to be ready to be a growth player though, because you know I'm an A-playing coach. So and I follow the coaches that coach the billion-dollar companies, or as I say, I was reading up and listening to one of the coaches. He says he coaches trillion-dollar organizations. So, you know, if that's who I'm paying attention to, right? I'm like, you know, let's go. I want you to play at a level that is definitely a level that will allow you to create generational wealth. And so, you know, that's what the whole 10 million initiative is about. 10 million farmers and entrepreneurs globally, to really give them the tools. I don't have to recreate them, I have them. So I can just give them and train you through a process that will produce outcomes. Because remember, you know, I keep the receipts. So I want to measure, because guess what? I tell people, look, if I gave you a strategy and that strategy is not working, I know how to pivot and fix it. So it's no problem.
Yes, you do, Dr. Steph. You definitely got the receipts and you got the foundation solid. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us here this afternoon, my evening. It's been an absolute pleasure to interview you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I've enjoyed it and I can't wait to see you. I'm going to be headed back to London. In fact, I have some acquisitions in London as part of this first phase as well. So you definitely make sure we contact and stay connected, okay?
Thank you so much. Genius comment. And I'll see you on the other side.
Thanks again.
No worries. Thank you. Oh, what a beautiful soul. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is for a fundraiser for students. You may go to the Black Business Expo USA.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App somewhere on this screen. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And let's thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors, the NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, The Hello LLC, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, 5-Star BDM Media, Malaine Shaney Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertising, and much, much more, featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcast, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.